While many countries have unique agriculture products with strong cultural identity, market potential, but they often lack of support needed to develop sustainable and competitive value chains. So these special agriculture products are unique and they're closely linked to the heritage, cultural heritage, geography, and tradition of countries. So these are apricot for Tajikistan, for instance, sweet cherries for Uzbekistan, so figs in Turkey, chestnut in Albania. So many countries, they select one special product, and we are helping to conduct the value chain assessment, develop national strategies to promote this product, and to develop also the national capabilities. Many people think that why we are focused only to one product, but one product will serve as a model, as an example that could be replicated, it could be used for promoting other products. For instance, in many countries, we are doing it in Bangladesh. They started with jackfruit and using the example of jackfruit to promote the value chain of mango. So the main objective of OCOP initiative is to help countries to produce more with less, so to strengthen value chain through processing, storage, marketing, and trade. So also our aim is to reduce environmental impact and to ensure that farmers, especially smallholders, are receiving greater benefits. So today we are working in almost 100 countries through OCOP and helping countries to promote over 50 special agriculture products. So strong coordination mechanism is established with a steering committee based in HQ, chaired by our Director General. And we have also established regional organizing groups, and in every and each of these countries, we establish national task forces. With the support of developing partners, FAO and countries' initiatives, we managed to get about $20 million to start and to help the demonstration countries. But countries themselves also already mobilized more than $100 million globally, so to promote this initiative. So today we understand that there is blueprints are ready, the ideas are there, and the pilots are there, and what is needed, how to move to the upscaling, to promoting these initiatives further. And there is a need for a financial bridge that turns these ideas into bankable, scalable, and sustainable business opportunities. So this is precisely the objectives of today's side event, and we want to engage all of you, dear colleagues, the members of FAO, development banks, investors, and private sector. So to have practical discussion, how to mobilize more resources required to unlock the full potential of these value chains. We must move beyond grant-based, small-scale projects towards investment-driven implementation. So, and again, I thank you for your time, for your interest, for attending to this event. And we also have excellent panel today represented by government representative, international financial institutions, and the private sectors. So these perspectives will help us to better understand how to translate national OCOP strategy into real economic drivers for rural development. So thank you again, and I would like to invite my dear friend and colleague Agassi Arutyunyan. He is FAO representative for Tajikistan for his welcome address. Please, Agassi.
Teşekkür ziyad, Hafiz John. Assalamu alaikum, good morning, dobre utro всем. I'm very happy to see so many familiar faces this morning. And allow me, of course, to welcome all of you once again to the regional conference. Now, let me begin with, I think, something we all agree on. And that's that nobody questions that there is much to admire in special agricultural products. Their taste, their aroma, their beauty, these are assets in themselves. Whether we speak of the chestnuts in Albania, the table grapes in Moldova, the specialty wines in Georgia, or indeed the apricot in Tajikistan, these are products that carry identity, heritage, history, and pride. But today, as Hafiz mentioned, we want to go one step further. We want to ask, how do we move from admiration to investment? How do these products become not only desirable, but also bankable? The One Country, One Priority product initiative is not simply a branding exercise. It is a roadmap for building sustainable and competitive value chains. But let me offer a simple analogy. A road, no matter how well designed, has indeed no value without vehicles and fuel. And in the same way, an agricultural strategy has limited impact without business propositions and financing. What we're trying to do is clear. We want to move OCOP from the Ministry of Agriculture to the desk of a banker. And why is this shift so urgent? I think the answer is obvious. We are living through climate change. We're navigating a changing investment climate. The era of predictable, donor-led, grant-heavy development is fading. And we can no longer rely on a model where we wait for a 5-year project to be funded. And indeed, one may even wonder if this era was ever there. If we're serious about impact at scale, we must mobilize private capital. And that means a fundamental shift from an assistant mindset to a business mindset. There is yet another shift underway, and the investors today are not only looking for return on investment, they're looking for resilience. They want assets that are shock-proof, assets that can withstand climate shocks, market volatility, disruptions in supply chains, and social or economic instability. In our business propositions, if our business propositions rather do not account for risk and uncertainty, they're not sustainable. And if they're not sustainable, they're not investable. So the question becomes, how do we make OCOP investable? And the answer is translation. We must translate technical agricultural strategies into a language that investors and bankers understand. That means building a full 360-degree value proposition. For farmers, this means de-risking. Investment must make their livelihoods more sustainable, more stable, and not more fragile. This includes bundling finance with crop insurance, improving financial literacy, and aggregating farmers into cooperatives that are viable lending partners. Only then does the smallholder become a credible investment opportunity. For food processors and traders, the focus is both hard and soft infrastructure. It is not just about machinery, it is about standards, traceability, certification systems, cold storage, and logistics. These are the elements that transform a product into a credible and bankable proposition. And lastly, for investors, of course, clarity is key. They want to see real and structured opportunities, projects that are financially viable on their own merits, blended finance mechanisms that can help absorb risk and attract private capital, and of course, regulatory environments that are stable, transparent, and predictable. Investors aren't just looking for enthusiastic governments. They're looking for governments that can act as guarantors of a functioning investment environment. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is simple. We want to move OCOP, again, from the meeting room of a ministry into the portfolio of a bank or an investor. This is not a rocket science. and we think it's doable. However, and this is critical, there are real risks in this transition. If we move too far, too fast toward a purely financial lens, we risk building a bridge that only a few can cross. We risk creating a system where large-scale players, the so-called Ferraris of the investment world, would move efficiently across that bridge, while smallholders, women and youth remain stuck on the margins, unable to meet the requirements of bankability. There is also a deeper concern. As we promote blended finance, we must be honest. This often means using public resources to reduce private risk. And if we're not careful, we risk socializing risk while privatizing profit. And this raises a fundamental question. Are we treating food simply as a business sector or as a basic human right? So, closing my remarks, I'd like to stress the real challenge before us. Can we align financial interests with a rights-based approach to food security? Can we build investment pipelines that are profitable, resilient, and inclusive? Can we ensure that this bridge from blueprints to bankable projects is wide enough to accommodate everyone? Because doing that may indeed be the closest thing we have to rocket science. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vasi. As I mentioned, we are promoting the special agriculture product, more than 50, and one of them is chestnut. Actually, those special agriculture products represent not only agriculture, not only plant, but also we are working on livestock, forestry products, and we have a very good example of promoting chestnut in Albania. So it's my pleasure to invite my colleague Florence Oshia. He is advisor to the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development of Albania, to share the experiences of Albania on OSUP. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much for coming here today. Considering the fact that in my country now would be 5 a.m., I appreciate very much that you find the time and joined for this event here. I'm very happy to share with you briefly the case of Albania transforming the chestnut sector into a more structured and investment-relevant value chain. In Albania, chestnuts are a strategic rural product, particularly in mountain areas such as Tropoja in the very north part of the country, where the majority of the production is concentrated. They play an important role in livelihoods, local economies, and the food systems of our country. However, despite this potential, the sector has faced in the past a lot of significant challenges. In recent years, production declined due to pest infestations, the so-called Asian chestnut gold wasp, combined with limited capacities of modern practices, weak processing capacities, and limited market integration. As a result, the sector remained fragmented and relatively unattractive for foreign investments. To address this, Albania had the grateful support of FAO, you mentioned it already before, the Sustainable Chestnut Value Chain Development Project, which tried to adopt an integrated approach focused on 4 pillars that I would like to mention briefly to you. First, the value chain development. The priority was to move from a raw commodity approach toward a more structured value chain. This included, of course, improving the practices through training and demonstration plots, but also introducing sustainable and biological pest control solutions, with aiming also to strengthen the post-harvest handling, storage, and processing of the product then. Second, the focus was in agritourism, the so-called chestnut route. We had also other examples, as we talked also before. We had the so-called wine route in other examples in the agritourism in Albania. I have to say that tourism is playing a key role in our country. We had like 2014, 4 million tourists, and 2024 we had 12 million tourists. So it's a sector which is increasing every day. And these chestnut routes try to connect the local producers, agritourism businesses, and cultural and natural assets of the country. This initiative transformed chestnut from a simple product into a part of a broader rural experience, increasing visibility of this production and creating additional income for the families. Very important is also to mention this also contributed to building a territorial identity and to strengthen the product's market positioning. Third, public funding. At the early stage, reducing risk of this product was very essential. And this was achieved through public support, so the role that the public institutions were playing on that, but also the technical assistance that I mentioned before from FAO, and also the establishment of local laboratories for monitoring and reproduction of biological control agents needs for this production. Particularly important institutional result was the establishment of cooperation between 6 municipalities. I have to say that our minister was a former mayor of a small municipality, and he knows quite well what the municipalities need. So it was very important that we signed this agreement with the mayors of these municipalities. And in our plans is that we replicate and extend this creating of these laboratories also in other additional municipalities. I have to say that in one of these municipalities we have also a strong cooperation with a local university where the testing, the laboratories are also installed. These measures help stabilize production, reduce cost over time, and build confidence among local actors, creating the conditions necessary for future investments. The fourth and the last one that I would like to mention is the linking production, branding, and tourism together with each other. A critical lesson was the importance of integration of the product in the market, rather than just treating chestnut as a standalone crop. The approach was that we linked production with branding and with local development. This created a more diversified and resilient economic model where value generated across multiple segments, not only at the farm level. As a result, I have to say that the project contributed to improved production practice, but also to improve the local capacities for biological pest control. Very important is to say that it laid also the foundation for a more sustainable and resilient chestnut sector with stronger potential to attract investments over time. The key message from the Albania experience, I would say, it's clear. Small agriculture sector do not become investable on their own. They become bankable when risks are reduced, value chains are integrated, and a clear market identity is created for them. In our case, this meant that we are moving from a chestnut just as a simple product to a chestnut as a system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elias. We very much appreciate the support provided by the government of Albania, also our close collaboration to this initiative promoting, and we know that Albania is one of the successful countries, and that was demonstrated during our events, also in HQ. Thank you. So another country is Ukraine, and it was mentioned at the beginning that OCOP considers also supporting the environmental sustainability. And today we have representatives from the Ministry of Rural Development, Economy and Environmental Agriculture of Ukraine, Ms. Polina Ivashenko. Polina, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Hafiz. Dear colleagues, very grateful for the invitation and for the possibility to speak here today during this event and to share with you some Ukrainian experience, and also want to say thank you, and we are very grateful to government of Tajikistan for perfect organization of the conference in general. So indeed, while this approach is not formally implemented in Ukraine, we are developing a very broad system aimed at strengthening resilience and aimed at investment attractiveness of Ukrainian farmers, especially SMEs, producers operating under the challenging conditions in Ukraine. From perspective of Ukrainian agriculture sector, access to finance is not about only liquidity. It's also about some transparency, risk reduction, and long-term development, long-term availability to financial institutions and investors. So this is why such instruments like matching grants, like partial guarantees, like subsidy lendings, like state agrarian registry is very important for us. Firstly, about matching grants. Matching grants helps our farmers move from survival to modernization. Many producers simply do not have enough capacity, enough financial resources to invest in their producing, invest in irrigation, invest into climate resilient practices, invest in technologies, etc., etc. So grants mechanisms like co-financing allow farmers to share some risk with the state and with international partners, development partners. Very important. They also encourage co-investment, meaning that farmers themselves become more active participant, not just passive recipient of support. I have to explain here, because our government, together with partners for development, realized and implement some direct non-repayable support for emergency needs to cover some emergency needs, but primarily it's like temporary relief for our farmers, and it's designed to help farmers to survive and cover some immediate needs. But at the same time, we view co-financing and matching grants as a mechanism for long-term development and for sustainable survival of agriculture sector. So unlike purely compensatory assistance, co-financing investments encourage farmers to invest in their own resources, business plans, modernize their production, etc., etc. And this approach can increase investment attractiveness, I think. What types of co-financing we have in Ukraine? We have grants for development of horticulture, fruit and berries, also vegetables growing, viticulture, construction of construction of vegetable storages, processing, in general storage infrastructure. A lot of matching grant programs we are implemented together with FAO, and most Ukrainian grants, they have conditions kind of 50-50, where 50% could be covered by beneficiary and the rest part will be covered by farmer itself. But in some regions, which is war affected regions, up to 50% could be covered by a donor or by a government. So in other words, matching grants based on co-financing model principles do not simply help farmers overcome crisis, but provide them a possibility to become more stronger, more competitive, more bankable. So moving further, to understand where we are right now, we have to understand where we have started. Right now, we in Ukraine implemented state agrarian registry. Before SAR was implemented in Ukraine, the path to development partners, the path to state was very long and exhausting bureaucratic marathon, to be honest. And have to say a few words about SAR for your better understanding. What is it? It's a Ukrainian digital platform. All type of support distributed throughout this platform using digital applications and some verification processes. Right now, we have achieved a goal that at least 80% of all types of support in Ukraine distributed throughout this platform. Farmers submit applications online, and while this system automatically verifies eligibility criteria and interact with state registers and databases. The system is integrated with a few key state registers and allows to automatically verify land parcels and minimizing human errors. So aid was traditionally distributed by using some physical committees. This means that it was kind of subjective evaluation of the process, and we understand that it could lead to some corruption risks, to some slow processing evaluation, etc., etc. So right now for farmers, our state agrarian registry means that there are no more paperwork and no more bureaucracy. And we understand that right now Ukrainian agriculture sector received a lot of different types of support, and obviously in this multi-donor environment there is a risk of overlapping, of course, but the SAR provides real-time assessment, audit, and ensures that all aid distributed fairly without doubling and across different programs. So farmers right now could easily apply for matching grants using this digital state agrarian platform, but by making registration in SAR system mandatory for receiving grants, we encourage our farmers to operate more transparently and more formally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Polina. Very good experience, especially focused on the digitalization, engaging farmers and improving the access to the grants to the financial institutions. So next speaker is Mr. Ko Sakamoto. He is a country director of Tajikistan Resident Mission of Asian Development Bank. But before inviting him, I just want to mention that we are very delighted to strengthen our collaboration with ADB, FAO, especially in Afghanistan. Alex, yes. And we are starting a new project in Uzbekistan on smart farming, supported by ADB. So although with some collaboration with ADB is now generating, but ADB members were supporting member countries were supporting OCOP. The first country supported uh, OCOP initiative was Japan. In Ghana, we received funds for promoting soybean in Ghana. And also we received $5 million from China through our South-South Cooperation Program that enabled us to support 15 countries, 15 demonstration countries to promote the value chain. And OCOP is deriving from Japan, actually. It is OVOP, One Village, One Product Initiative, and it's very well developed in South Asia. So you have best experience to share with us, Mr. Takamoto. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hafiz. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you to our colleagues from Albania and Ukraine as well for sharing their experience and expertise. ADB as a development bank is obviously very interested in the success of OCOP initiatives as they are drivers of jobs and sustainable livelihoods. I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate FAO colleagues and member countries for great progress made in this regard. In Asia, where I come from, and as Mr. Hafiz mentioned, we have experiences of related concepts, although called by slightly different names. So One Village, One Product, originally experimented in rural parts of Japan. We have, in the case of Thailand, One Tambon, One Product. And in the case of Vietnam, we have One Commune, One Product, and so on. Many examples around our region. In fact, many of these have been directly supported by our friends from the Japan International Cooperation Agency, or JICA. If any JICA colleagues are in this room or are online, I wish to sincerely congratulate them as well for their huge success. ADB as a development bank, we see our role as complementary to the efforts of other development partners such as JICA and FAO. I list three in particular. First, the likes of us, the development banks, we invest quite heavily in infrastructure, which underpin the bankability of OCOP initiatives. The roads that deliver the products to market, the irrigation systems that boost productivity, and energy systems that power the factories. Second, we support skills development through targeted programs. For example, here in Tajikistan, we have an ongoing project of about 7.5 million US dollars that is helping to build the skills of women farmers in climate resilient agricultural practices, production technologies, financial management, and business skills. And third, we work with financial intermediaries to boost the availability as well as the affordability of financing. These financial intermediaries include commercial banks, sometimes state-owned banks, and microfinance institutions. We have agreements in place that guide what kind of borrowers these resources should flow to. For example, businesses which promote women entrepreneurship or green businesses. We also have a trade and supply chain finance program, which provides guarantees and loans to partner banks, local private banks, who then finance import-export of agricultural products, as well as inputs such as fertilizers and machinery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamoto. We hope we will follow up further and with the Agasi, the colleagues, to strengthen our collaboration and to upscale the initiative started with the government of Tajikistan to promote sustainable value chain of apricot. Thank you. So now we move to the private sector. One more example. Private sector is important and building capacities are important. So I mentioned that we are helping countries to strengthen to develop national capabilities. We conduct trainings, bring experts. And last week, unfortunately, I missed the beginning of the conference. We were in Peru. We took a group from Lesotho for a study tour because both countries, Lesotho and Peru, they selected potato as a special agriculture product. And through South-South Cooperation Program, we wanted to link also researchers, farmers, and private sector. Representatives from private sector of Lesotho, they were in Peru to see how Peruvian private sector is promoting native potatoes globally. So today we have Tobias Grass. He is representing private sector and Danish Agriculture and Food Council. Please, Tobias, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind invitation to join this panel. It's very interesting to listen to the insights we just learned from Albania, from Ukraine, and from the Asian Development Bank. My background as a private sector representative, it really springs from the global cooperative tradition. The Danish Agriculture and Food Council represents, on the one hand, Danish farmers, and on the other hand, some of Europe's major farmers-owned cooperatives, some of which have grown quite big in sectors such as dairy and meat, the likes of Arla Foods and Danish Crown, DLG, Danish Agro Group, and DLF. I'm saying this, actually Arla Foods just gained a BBB rating from Standard & Poor's with a long-term stable outlook. I'm saying this to share with you that smallholders can own big companies. And well, in the case of Arla, it has 7,000 members, some big, some small, everything in between. At the origin of these cooperatives, there was a crisis. Back in the late 19th century, commodity prices collapsed, and there was a need to find new ways to add value to products. And we're talking about adding value today, how to make commodities more bankable. And that is what we heard also from a colleague from Albania. Ultimately, it's the system surrounding the product that is critical. And initiatives such as the OCOP, of course, can help in this process. It can help cooperatives add value and identity to products in similar ways, such as trademarks can add values and GIs can add values. And it can also perhaps put emphasis on the system approach, because when we're talking about a system, we're really talking about governance and a way to unite fragmented entities, and farmers are fragmented all over the world, and find new ways and shapes and forms to gather those fragmented interests into something bigger. Now, and this is where the cooperative business model really, in our opinion, has very much to add. I know that in some parts of the world, the very word cooperative, carries different connotations for different people. In Denmark, as a matter of fact, we have two words for cooperatives, and that's because farmers, you should never generalize, but then I'll do it anyway. Politically and historically, were perhaps not the core constituency of the political left in our country. Yet they wanted to make shared enterprises, so they invented a Danish word for cooperatives, that is a shared enterprise. to kind of add that element of identity to well, to their own company, really. Now, when I was reflecting on how to make to put this into a Eurasian context, and also a context perhaps for the global South, I came to think of some of the activities that we are doing together with the FAO in Kenya, where again we in a cooperative context, so we created a cooperative partnership for climate smart food and forestry, and we actually managed to get a USD 50 million dollar project over the line that's called TUNSA for the development of agricultural cooperatives in 6 value chains in Western Kenya. Now this product TUNSA, it also, the focus on commodities there, coffee, tea, dairy, aligns in a sense with the notion that the colleagues from Albania talked about, the system around a product. And the need to find ways to make agricultural entities more bankable. In Kenya, but they're not just working in Kenya, that's why I'm saying it, we are collaborating with a Dutch agro-development agency that's called Agriterra. They are a global cooperative specialist. And one of the things they do when they look at cooperatives, they are not bankers in the sense of, well, they're not development bankers either, but they do take the approach that it is only healthy to, let's say, entertain a competitive and selective approach to enterprise. So part of this is also in the local context to perhaps team up with professional entities such as Agriterra and then to select the right ones. Now, of course, that is delicate because that is leaving someone behind, but it's leaving someone behind in order to move forward. And it's then, of course, important to have flanking structures that secures that those who are then chosen are inclusive. Again, if you choose to invest in one cooperative, it's important that cooperative is also open towards people who are not yet members and owners of that cooperative.
Thank you very much, Tobias. This is also a trend in the region that now looking more on the developing cooperatives, and your example, your experience would be very useful, especially for mobilizing resources also to promote OCOP. Colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the discussion, one message stands very clear, that the main challenge is no longer the vision. The challenge is investment. And our panelists, they emphasized the 3 key elements to move from ideas to the bankable projects. First of all, it's blended finance. The public sector will remain as an essential source and for promoting strategies, enabling environment. Also, there is a need to attract more funds from other sources to develop agriculture ventures, as Tobias mentioned about cooperatives, to engage more smallholders and agribusiness in promoting OCOP. And the second key element is stronger collaboration, collaborating public and private partnership, collaboration with development partners, with different representatives from different national economy, sector of economy, processors, traders, financial institutions. And here, again, I would like to mention about our modality as South-South cooperation, strengthening collaboration with our other countries in the South, engaging them, and maybe through such development partners like Asian Development Bank and other financial institutions. And the third is there is replicable success stories in the case of Albania. Chestnut, it's indeed a very good example how the country is committed to promote its special agriculture products, to attract more funds, and to develop market for chestnut globally. By sharing these experiences, we are building a regional community to promote OCOP. And another news for you that next week we are having a regional workshop, training workshop, mainly on sweet cherries in Uzbekistan. So all OCOP countries from region of Europe and Central Asia will be represented in that training. And also each country will provide brief report on the implementation of the OCOP in the countries. And one of the topics will be also developing more funds, investing, mobilizing more resources. In all of these challenges and activities, FAO will remain fully committed to collaborate with the government, with the members, and to widen also our partnership. We will work further with the financial institutions, with the private sector, closely to achieve our objectives. Once again, I would like to thank everybody for attending this side event, despite it was very early. And also I would like to sincerely thank the panelists for the time and for sharing their experiences. And as I was not attending from the beginning of the conference, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government, the host country, for arranging this and hosting the regional conference, and to Arasi, to our office here in the country for the kind support. Thank you very much. Thank you.
deal with COP, Jeremy, not with report. I said now we deal with COP, not with report. Colleagues, good morning. We will start in a couple of minutes. We are still hoping there will be some people standing outside of the door, and we want to give them the chance to come in. So it will take maybe another 2 or 3 minutes. So please stay with us, don't disappear. So I think we are going to get started. So again, also good morning, everybody, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and also partner. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the side event on taking action across agri-food systems for biodiversity and global impact at the COP17th meeting to the Convention on Biological Diversity. I have to apologize for this very challenging title of the side event, but I think we would like to start in this case with framing it, and I'm quite sure throughout the side event we are unpacking, of course, also the complexity of COP. So I would like to thank you for joining. this morning and for particularly also the continued engagement in advancing biodiversity mainstreaming. Of course, the audience which we have here, ministries of agriculture, are probably not necessarily all the ones who are coming also to the COP17 in Armenia, but this is exactly one of the reasons why we wanted to bring this issue of COP, linking also agri-food systems and biodiversities closer together. Because if we are moving to the COP conference in Yerevan, I think it's very important it's an important opportunity for our region to reflect on the progress, to share experience and to strengthen cooperation around the implementation of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, while we are also looking for the possibilities for reinforcing coordination and synergies with the other Rio conventions on climate change and desertification. We have discussed this already also a bit yesterday, bringing the different conventions in this context together. A couple of more words as an introduction. Agri-food systems are at the center, of course, of the discussion. Biodiversity and food systems are deeply interconnected, and the transformation of the agri-food systems is really essential for achieving the goals and the targets of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. I will use further, and I'm sure, of course, also my distinguished panelists, the abbreviation KMGBF, which stands for this biodiversity framework. And the discussion which we're going to have today, of course, we want to hear the perspectives from the Armenian COP presidencies, but of course also FAO members and the regional partners, how biodiversity considerations are being integrated into policies, agricultural practices, and national planning processes. We hope that the discussion will also bring and will contribute to strengthen, in this case, also regional cooperation and building a momentum towards the COP17 under the Armenian presidency. And the theme for the presidency is taking action also for nature. I'm very happy to be joined today by the panelists from Armenia, Tajikistan, Portugal, and the regional organization. And in this case, I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Shurkurzoda Isfan Dior. He's the first deputy chairman of the Committee for Environmental Protection under the government of the Republic of Tajikistan. Mr. Isfan Dior, very much welcome. I'm also very happy to welcome Jose Luis Coelho Silva, the head of Department for European Affairs and International Relationships. I'm also very happy to welcome Ms. Oksana Kravtsova. She is the program manager for the Environment and Health Program, Regional Environmental Center for Central Asia, CAREC. Oksana, very much welcome. And of course, I'm also very happy to welcome Ms. Natalia Ter-Davtyan, attaché at the Division of Multilateral Economic Cooperation in Armenia, and in this case, of course, also representing the COP presidency. Natalia, welcome. And last not least, of course, also I would like to welcome Mr. Jeremy Schlickenrieder, a natural resource officer at the regional office for Europe and Central Asia, who is giving a bit of his time today because he's also the reports officer for the regional conference. So he has dual function. Jeremy, very much welcome. So in order to, let's say, set the scene, we would like to have, of course, first the COP presidency before we later on will listen also to Natalia. I'm very happy to invite with a first video message His Excellency Mr. Hamburtsum Matevosyan, the Minister of Environment and COP President from Armenia. Colleagues, could we play the video? Unfortunately for us in the panel, we do not have anything on the monitor. We have the video, but not yet the sound. In case if the technology would not allow us, I would otherwise maybe suggest we're gonna change. Could I get some information if it's gonna take a bit longer? Because then I would change a bit the order how we're gonna proceed in that sense. Because we could certainly also take first the setting of the scene by Jeremy, and then we're going to take the two videos of the presidency and also the executive secretary of CBD then also afterwards. Can I get some sign? 1 more minute, we can wait. If longer, then we might going to change. So we will change. Okay, good. Thank you for this one. Sorry for this glitch. In the morning, the technology was working very well. So let's change a bit the order, and in this case, start with maybe Jeremy, if you do not mind, to set maybe first the scene. And then we're going to move to the video of the COP presidency and of CBD. Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Raymond. Can we get the PowerPoint presentation up then, please? Sorry, another technical request. Okay, and we don't see the monitor ourselves, but I think that should be okay, as long as others can see it. So, good morning, everyone. Yes, now we have it. Thank you. Good morning. It's great to be here this morning. It's been a really interesting last couple of days, and as Raymond mentioned, I have the honor of being reports officer for the ERC this year, but in my spare time, I'm a natural resources officer, and I coordinate the regional priority program on advancing natural resource management, environmental protection, and climate resilience. And under this regional priority, we also cover biodiversity. And I've been asked to kind of set the scene for the side event today in preparation, anticipation, also for some important contributions from members and hearing from some of our partners in terms of the key importance of agri-food systems in the context of biodiversity, and specifically in the context of the CBD COP17 taking place later this year in Armenia. Next slide, please.
Taking action because
At least I don't have a clicker. Okay, great. So I did want to start on this slide, and I'm sure all of you obviously reviewed and saw the background paper to the overarching theme of the ERC this year on Uniting for Sustainability, really with the focus and an idea of highlighting the importance of agri-food systems in the context of biodiversity loss, climate change, land degradation. And I think the point that came out quite strongly also in the discussions and the interventions from countries is this realization, obviously, that clearly agri-food systems are affected by these challenges, biodiversity loss, climate change, and land degradation. And at the same time, their agri-food systems are driving the issues that we're facing across these three areas. And so the point here is not to really vilify agri-food systems themselves, but to highlight that they are part and parcel of any solutions to dealing with these issues. Next slide, please. And I say this in the context also of the three multilateral environmental agreements, the UNFCCC on climate change, CBD on biodiversity, and UNCCD on land degradation. The global community has come together and established clear priorities for taking action to address these multilateral, these environmental challenges, and it is clear that there's no pathway to meeting the goals of these agreements without taking into consideration the central role of agri-food systems. And the important kind of opportunity, I think, that is offered by the triple COP year in 2026 is really to bring this and allow us kind of in this region specifically to take advantage of the fact that we have the CBD COP17 in Yerevan in Armenia in October. COP31 UNFCCC is being hosted by Turkey in collaboration with Australia in November. And then, although not specifically in our region, but a neighboring country, Mongolia, the UNCCD COP. And we can now go, next slide please, into a little bit more detail on also the focus of this side event, which is on the CBD COP17. Next slide please. And to set the stage a little bit in terms of what the expectations are for COP17, and certainly we'll be hearing from, excuse me, from our member countries as well as from partners on this in the ensuing discussion. COP16, which took place 2 years ago, part of it also last year, really set the stage in terms of putting some flesh on the, as Raymond was mentioning, GBF, which stands for Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework, including the adoption of the monitoring framework that will support us in being able to take stock and see where we stand in terms of the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework and the goals that have been set by countries. And I won't unpack this in so much detail, but also just to make the point that the targets, the 23 targets across the global biodiversity framework are very clearly and directly linked to agri-food and agri-food systems in many of the cases. And I've just put on the slide here a few of them, including biodiversity inclusive spatial planning, which obviously, if you look in the case of most countries, any type of spatial planning at the scale needed will need to at least consider and include agri-food systems, forestry in that kind of planning that is needed in terms of addressing biodiversity loss. Ecosystem restoration, and we'll get into this in a little bit more detail. Obviously, ecosystem impact sort of very much driven also by agri-food systems, agricultural activities in most countries. There is a specific target also on sustainable agriculture and forestry in recognition really of the importance of agriculture and forestry for biodiversity conservation. And I say this in the sense of also not only the negative aspect or the kind of, as I was saying, vilification of agriculture in terms of driving biodiversity loss, but really also the importance of agriculture for biodiversity more broadly. The target on pollution reduction specifically also covers pesticides. We know this is something we need to be addressing and supporting countries and partners on. And very important, and we'll get into this in a little bit more detail, obviously, that the climate change impact on biodiversity, and here again, the interlinkage between agri-food systems and climate change as driving part of the emissions that are contributing to climate change. Very important, I think, and this happens across all the multilateral environmental agreements and especially the Rio Conventions, is the key need for resources to support countries in delivering on the commitments they have made globally and at the country level. In the case of CBD and Global Biodiversity Framework, those priorities are reflected in national biodiversity strategies and action plans. And obviously, it's important to support countries in defining those MBSAPs, but also very important now to support countries in terms of the implementation, the delivery on the priorities that they have established. So in COP16, we saw a specific recognition of the need for direct financial flows also to smallholder farmers. And importantly, also in the context of the conversation we've been having here at the ERC, a decision really to support the enhanced coordination between CBD and UNFCCC as a basis for dealing with some of the drivers and the challenges that are contributing to the issues that are covered under both conventions. Next slide, please. I won't go into much detail in terms of COP17 because we will be hearing from Armenia in a video and an in-person kind of intervention on this. But from FAO's perspective, obviously our role is to support members, to support countries in their engagement in the negotiations, also in the COP presidency agenda, as well as then the kind of delivery on the decisions, kind of discussions that are taking place within the context of negotiations, very much also focusing on, as I was saying, supporting now the implementation and the delivery on the priorities that have been defined by countries, and driving forward also kind of the resource mobilization that is needed for those actions on the ground. Obviously, our entry point as FAO is really to focus on and highlight the importance of agriculture and agri-food systems within the negotiations, and it's something I'll go into a little bit more detail in the next slides. Next slide, please. Here, just to set the stage, and I'm going to be wrapping up relatively quickly, but in terms of, you'll see some figures here on the slide, food production and consumption, so that the very kind of basis of life, of our livelihoods, is also one of the largest drivers of biodiversity loss globally. And I'll break that down, and you'll see it here broken down in a little bit more detail. We see the direct exploitation, obviously, of species, so from fishing, hunting, harvesting, and that in an unsustainable way, really driving, obviously, biodiversity loss. We have direct habitat destruction, So involving clearing of vegetation, degrading landscapes and seascapes, and fragmenting ecosystems. You add to that also, obviously, pollution, plastics, nutrient runoff, including from agriculture, from farms and cities, affecting life on land and directly also in the water. And supported also by, a very interconnected world, the proliferation of invasive species and diseases, which often spread also quicker in degraded ecosystems. So the consequences, really, the headline figures, basically 72% of threatened and near threatened species are impacted by these pressures. We're losing the genetic diversity, the very building blocks of resilient and adaptable agriculture. So really also undermining our future ability to be able to respond to and adapt to the challenges we're facing. Over 85% of wetlands, which act as filters, water filters, and protections against extreme events, have been lost, and 3/4 of the land on Earth and half of the ocean surface have been impacted by human activity. And although the nature and severity, the scale of the severity and the impacts is challenging, and I think it's we need to see this not only in terms of, again, the negative elements of this, but really seeing it as an opportunity to do things differently in terms of sustainable agri-food transformation that can underpin kind of our action that supports also conservation and protection of biodiversity. Next slide, please. This is from a report from a few years ago, but you'll see, and this is just to make the point again, that the reported threats associated associated biodiversity, is very much linked to agricultural intensification in this region, changes in land use, deforestation, and habitat alteration, very much also driven by agriculture and agri-food systems, representing almost 60% of all threats that are associated to biodiversity, and also meaning that this is one of the, or the single pressure on biodiversity in the region, and also therefore warrants our attention in terms of how to respond. Next slide. Like maps very much, therefore here's a map. Globally, 33% of lands, that's 1/3, obviously, have insufficient biodiversity to support sustainable production. But if you look at the area around Europe and Central Asia, you'll see it's quite red, and that just to highlight that obviously in our region specifically, this challenge is far greater. So while we also see, for instance, climate change at a faster pace, we also have a faster pace and have seen more degradation of lands that are the basis for our agricultural production, and also very much linked to biodiversity. So the foundation of our food systems in Europe and Central Asia is eroding, or has eroded to a large extent, beneath us, and this is certainly not, again, an argument for abandoning agriculture, but for rethinking of how we do it, and supporting members and countries in terms of how to do this in a sustainable way is part of our mandate. Next slide, please.
Jeremy, can I ask you a
Yes,
bit faster? Thank you.
Finishing up, yes. Just also the linkage between agriculture, biodiversity, and climate change driven by human activities. The biodiversity, food and agricultural loss increases the vulnerability of agricultural systems, threats, and decreases land productivity. And the complex sort of effects of both crises affect then specifically and more directly also small-scale farmers and vulnerable groups and communities that depend on agri-food systems for their lives and livelihoods, food and nutrition security. And next slide, and it'll be the final slide, I promise. So we've seen the threats in this short presentation, and we've certainly seen the numbers in here, just to reflect again on the central importance of biodiversity, the genes, the species, ecological processes that support agricultural and agri-food systems, that support lives and livelihoods, and are very much interlinked between them and each other, including through land, climate, people, and biodiversity, and therefore merits also a coherent, holistic, integrated response, which certainly is part of what FAO's mandate is aiming to do in terms of working with countries. And certainly when we were established by our founding mothers and fathers now 81 years ago, many of the scale and the level, the type of threats were not something that could be fully foreseen, but it is affecting directly the food security and the basis of the of our organization's mandate, which is to support countries in terms of hunger and poverty around the world. So that's also why we are keen on working with countries in addressing these challenges and in the sustainable agri-food system and transformation that's required. And with that, thank you very much, Raymond, and everyone, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, for this one. Again, also linking the three COPs we have in the region and reminding, of course, also on the outcomes of COP16, but particularly also the interconnected challenges for the agri-food systems. And the last slide showed also this complexity, where we are a bit behind schedule. So I would like to ask the technical team to play the video of His Excellency Hambursam Matevosyan, the Minister of Environment, and the incoming presidency. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to welcome you to the opening of this important side event, taking action across agri-food systems for biodiversity and global impact on COP17, organized within the framework of FAO Regional Conference. This meeting takes place at a critical moment as we approach the final stage of implementing the Global Biodiversity Agenda. With the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the international community has set clear and ambitious targets. Our priority now is to ensure their effective and measurable implementation for the benefit of both nature and human well-being. In this context, agri-food systems play a central role. The challenges of food security, land degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change are deeply interconnected. Unsustainable agricultural practices contribute to ecosystem degradation, while the loss of biodiversity undermines the sustainability of food systems themselves, affecting soil fertility, pollination, water resources, and overall resilience. It is important to clearly emphasize that biodiversity conservation is not a conflict with food security. On the contrary, it is the foundation. Biodiversity-based agri-food systems enhance production resilience, ensure sustainable productivity, and contribute to the socio-economic development of rural communities. COP17, which will be hosted by Armenia, will be held under the theme Taking Action for Nature, highlighting the urgency of delivering tangible results. Achieving this requires the alignment of political will, scientific approaches, and multi-stakeholder partnerships, ensuring cross-sectoral cooperation, particularly between the environment and agriculture sectors. Armenia is committed to organizing an inclusive and action-oriented conference where agri-food systems will be recognized as a key pillar of biodiversity conservation, linking food security, climate resilience, and ecosystem integrity. I'm confident that this discussion will contribute to the strengthening our collective efforts and fostering new initiatives aimed at the sustainable management of natural resources and the conservation of biodiversity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to the Minister Matevosyan for, I think, this great setting, in this case also the scene, making it clear what is to expect also from the Armenian COP presidency, but we will hear this, of course, also from Nathalie. I think we very much appreciate also the Armenian leadership and the commitment in advancing also the global biodiversity. If you do not mind, I will do another change in terms of the schedule. I will take the CBD video, if the time allows, at the end, but I would like to take advantage of the presence of several of our speakers, because what we wanted to do with, of course, also this side event is that we want to hear about regional perspectives. We want to have also the practical experience on the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plans, the so-called NB-subs, and the discussion should in this case really give us an understanding of national implementation efforts, biodiversity mainstreaming also across the sectors. And therefore, I would like to move to Mr. Shukur Soda Isfandior, the first deputy chairman of the Committee of Environmental Protection here in Tajikistan. And Mr. Isfandior, Tajikistan is currently advancing important efforts to align the biodiversity conservation priorities. Could you share with us how you are in principle coping with the challenges in updating the NB-sub, particularly how you're going to handle the identification of national priorities, as well as also the role of the cross-sectoral coordination in partnership in supporting the KMGBF. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for this very timely question. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make some introductory remarks. First, on behalf of the Environmental Protection Committee, I'd like to welcome all of you here to this session on implementing the decisions of the 17th COP of the Convention on Biodiversity in the context of building sustainable agri-food systems. Now, this is a topic that's extremely relevant for both Central Asia and indeed the entire international community. We all know that climate change, land degradation, biodiversity loss, dwindling water resources, and growing food security risks mean that we need to be taking holistic, interlinked, and timely decisions. Tajikistan is a mountainous country, and so these challenges are especially acute for us. More than 90% of our country's territory is made up by mountains, and our glaciers are a highly important source of water resources for Tajikistan itself, but also for the entire Central Asian region. At the same time, though, we have accelerated glacier melt and soil erosion, desertification, ecosystem degradation. All of this is creating risks for sustainable agriculture development and biodiversity preservation. And so here, the decisions of the 17th COP of the CBD and our work to achieve the goals of the Kunming-Montreal Global Framework Program require us to be taking coordinated approaches that bring together policy on the environment, agriculture and natural resource management, and climate adaptation. Tajikistan sees preserving biodiversity as a key priority for state environment policy. We have unique mountain ecosystems, and we also have a wealth of flora and fauna genetic diversity, especially in the Pamir and Tian Shan regions. Our country's nature conservation policy focuses on addressing environmental problems and also ensuring sustainable development. And we center particular on implementing the Sustainable Development Goals and the Global Framework Program on Biodiversity. So the work we're carrying out focuses on rational use of natural resources, including water, land, and biological biodiversity. We have been consistent in supporting international and regional cooperation initiatives because we know that only through joint efforts can we effectively address today's environmental challenges. And what we need here is to bolster international cooperation and to make maximum effort to ensure that protecting the unique natural resources and ecosystems of Tajikistan is on the global agenda. Here, very important are partnerships between the region's countries and also effective use of international financing mechanisms. This will help us to implement specific and results-focused conservation measures. Under our international commitments, we are working to enhance our national legislation to protect our natural resources and maintain the environmental balance and to ensure the best conditions possible for our society's sustainable development. We have our parliament has just adopted a new environmental law in this area, and we have already ratified 11 international environmental protection conventions, including the CBD. And responsibility for implementing these conventions lies with the National Biodiversity and Biosecurity Center at the Environmental Protection Committee. Especially important here is long-term cooperation. This includes green economy projects, forestry and biodiversity protection work. And over these last years, we've been working on the following areas: expanding the especially protected nature areas, and this has increased this is now 22% of our country's territory that has this status. And then restoring degraded land and forestry ecosystems, building sustainable agriculture and making use of climate-resilient agrotechnology and preserving agrobiodiversity and local genetic resources. We also have a national adaptation strategy, a climate adaptation strategy, and we've updated our NDC. And we also have our national biodiversity strategy and action plan and a program on the green economy. And there's an initiative from our president, distinguished Imam Ali Rahman, to make water, climate, and glacier protection an important part of the international environmental agenda. And these international initiatives are promoting global dialogue on water and climate security. And also very important is an upcoming event here in Dushanbe from 25th to 28th May. We will be hosting the 4th International High-Level Conference under the International Decade of Action, Water for Sustainable Development. And we are confident that this conference will be an important platform for consolidating international efforts on climate adaptation and protecting glaciers and biodiversity and ecosystems. Colleagues, participants, guests, Central Asia's agriculture is one of the most vulnerable economic sectors, and it's an important part of addressing climate and environmental issues. And this is why sustainable agri-food systems must be a key element in regional environmental and economic policy. What we're talking about here is development models that ensure fertile soils, rational use of water resources, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, raise the resilience of rural communities, and protect agrobiodiversity and ecosystem services. And in this context, let me note in particular the strategic cooperation between Tajikistan and the FAO. Together with FAO and with the support of the Global Environmental Fund, we're carrying out a project to support Tajikistan on preserving and making sustainable use of agrobiodiversity and sustainable food systems for 2022-2026. This project works to protect local crop varieties and also related wild varieties and traditional knowledge related to sustainable land use and food security. An important track for cooperation here is support for our local communities, women and youth, on protecting agrobiodiversity and sustainable land use. These initiatives are strengthening livelihoods for our rural population and protecting traditional agroecosystems. Also, together with FAO, we're developing new initiatives on forest restoration, forest management, and raising climate financing, including through the Green Climate Fund. Distinguished participants, agri-food systems should be a source not just of food, but also an effective tool for nature protection and for guaranteeing a sustainable future. And to do this, we need to take the following steps. We need to step up our use of nature-based solutions. We need to expand the use of sustainable farming methods. We need to support our smallholder farmers and local communities and to strengthen scientific cooperation and exchange of innovation and ensure access to climate and environment financing. Especially important here is regional cooperation in Central Asia on traditional ecosystems, rational use of natural resources, and climate adaptation. Only through joint efforts can we ensure harmonious coexistence of people and nature, preserve our biodiversity for future generations, and build sustainable, inclusive, and viable agri-food systems. Tajikistan stands ready for active regional cooperation and carrying out joint initiatives to ensure environmental sustainability and protect biodiversity. And we believe that the outcomes of today's discussion will make a contribution to building sustainable agri-food systems and regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Isfan Dior. Very much appreciated. Hearing, in this case, also on one hand the challenges, but on the other hand, of course, also the actions which you're already taken, particularly also linking it to some of the projects like the GCF, which you have mentioned. Let's move on, going from Tajikistan to let's say, further in the West, and in this case, I'm happy to welcome José Luis Coelho Silva to share with us the examples from Portugal, and particularly how in Portugal the agricultural public policies address the relationship between agri-food systems and biodiversity, and to ensure the alignment with the KMGBF. José Luis, the floor is yours. If I could ask you already to be shorter because of our time delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Raman, firstly for the invitation to be here. It's a real honor to be at this podium with colleagues. Thank you very much. And of course, very honored to have this opportunity to share our experience to you. Thank you for being here and to be so kind to listening to us. I'll try to be brief. And saying this, I would like to start reinforcing a well-known yet frequently overlooked fact, is that biodiversity across much of Europe and Central Asia territory is not strictly a natural phenomenon, but rather is an eco-product, a positive externality, as you used to say, of traditional agricultural activity. In my country, in Portugal, this reality is strictly clear. A vast proportion of our existing biodiversity is intimately linked to and utterly dependent upon farming. Allow me to share rapidly, following the Ryman challenge, two small histories that illustrate this. In my country, back to the 70s of the last century, the first the first fact that draws public attention to nature conservation was the threat of extinction of the Iberian lynx in certain areas of our mountainous region. That was the result of a combination of factors related to agriculture abandonment and afforestation. And the shrinking of cereals in mountain areas and the shrinking of pastures, and at the same time, the afforestation led to the lowering the level of rabbits. That means the lynx has nothing to eat and they face extinction in that areas. That illustrates in our case a clear relationship between nature conservation and agriculture. Other example is even more interesting is in our, let's say, steparian areas, we have population abandonment from agriculture, again, back into the 50s and the 60s of the last century, and we start replacing cereals and sheep herders with wire fences. And with wire fences, some of the steparian species, like the great bustard and the little bustard, have no way of taking off when start flying. And again, with also the lowering of areas in cereals, leads to a big threat to this kind of species. I think that these two small stories prove that conserving and restoring biodiversity is a highly complex challenge and demands a systemic approach, as FAO is asking to us and is pointing out very clearly. I should say that also considering this, in our country, we take nature conservation very seriously. We have 22% right now of our territory covered by the Natura 2000 scheme. Natura 2000 is an European scheme, and that is the pillar of the biodiversity conservation in Europe, in the European Union. And we have already 35% of our territory covered by a scheme, at least one scheme of conservation. This is the same with the ocean. We have the third largest exclusive zone, or ocean, better saying, area of under our administration of the ocean, and we have actually 17% of the ocean area, which is immense. It's about 1.7 million square kilometers covered by a scheme of conservation, and 4.5 of the coastal areas covered by also Natura 2000 conservation. Well, and regarding the incentives to farmers to conserve biodiversity, we have a 7 years plan integrated in the 7 year cycle of programming of the European Union, and we had several measures related to biodiversity, like conservation, permanent pastures, agro-silvopastoral systems, supporting organic farming, supporting organic fertilization, and the like. I don't like to go further on this. And this means a lot of money transfers from the public budget to farmers. But despite of this, let me speak clearly. For me, it's easy because the name of my country is not here, and there are 6 o'clock in my country, so I can speak freely because nobody's listening to me from my country. Even we are transferring a lot of money to farmers, this is not enough. It's not enough because, firstly, it means a huge burden in administrative and change of farmers' work, and also an immense administrative cost for the administration. And above that, for the future, we have two main challenges to cope with. The first one is in the better lands, in the better places, when we have irrigation and the like, we are facing intensification, which means converting traditional systems into intensive monocultures that has dire consequences, beginning of the dramatic reduction of pollinators due to the due to the loss of edges and borders, and of course also coupled to the increased use of pesticides. On the other hand, we have the silent threat of land abandonment, especially in the marginal areas. And this abandonment is often related to a change in the vegetation pattern going to scrubland. What seems at first a change towards a kind of nature restoration, in our case it is not, because the landscape becomes less diverse. We have scrubland, we have degraded areas of forests, and then we have immense forest fires. So the land abandonment in this case is also a real threat for biodiversity. So we need to change something. And we need a new conceptual framework to connect agriculture policies with practical, measurable outcomes for biodiversity. And to achieve this, we think that the agrarian systems approach is fundamental. So we need to go for a systemic approach. We must group farms that share similar management practices and clearly associates those systems with the potential support for biodiversity.
Jose Luis, do you mind if I ask you to quickly wrap up?
And of course, saying this, we do believe that going to this approach is fundamental of establishing this relationship between agriculture and biodiversity. We know that we cannot do it alone. That's why we are counting on FAO with this solid data and expertise to help us to address these facts.
Thank you very much, Jose Luis. Very much appreciated. Sharing in this case also the Portugal experience and particularly also some of the impressive figures and bringing in the biodiversity discussion also the ocean and the coastal areas, which I think we have not done so far. Yeah, I'm rushing now a bit the speakers, so I would like to ask Oksana Kravtsova, the program manager from CAREC. And CAREC as a regional hub is, I think, definitely interesting to share its experience, and particularly we would like to know, Oksana, how CAREC facilitates the implementation of the KMGBF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good day, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. I will try to make my speech as short as I can. So thank you, Raymond, for your questions. Thank you for letting me present in the work of the Regional Environmental Center for Central Asia, which stands for CAREC. I am the coordinator of the Regional One Health program and the Regional Secretariat. And let me start with the brief introduction, what CAREC's role as a technical hub. In February 2026, a host agreement was signed in Rome between the CBD Secretariat and the IUCN ICARO, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, officially designating IUCN as a sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation support center, TCS, for Central Asia. So basically, it's IUCN who hosts the center, and they have opened their hub for Central Asia in Tashkent in 2025, and they do it in formal partnership with CAREC. So CAREC was established in 2001 by the government of 5 Central Asian countries. We are neutral, non-profitable, non-governmental, actually intergovernmental organization, and have offices in 5 Central Asian countries. Our mandate is the regional environmental cooperation. We're supporting countries in developing their capacities, expertise. For 25 years, we have been working on transboundary water management, climate adaptation, land restoration, and biodiversity conservation as well. That's issues that no single country can solve alone. So this TCS partnership with IUCN is a natural evolution of our work. It formally recognized CAREC as part of the technical and scientific cooperation structure under the Convene Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So let me now highlight 3 specific ways CAREC facilitates implementation at the regional level. So at first, if we are talking about the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, which is NBSAP, alignment and peer learning. We facilitate regional dialogues where all 5 Central Asian countries share their ideas. Countries come together to share the revisions of NBSAP. They discuss target settings, national priorities, and different indicators to monitor the progress. So CAREC facilitated one in 2024, the regional dialogue where representatives from all 5 Central Asian countries shared their experiences in updating these plans to align it with Convene Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets. We showcased our platforms, which is the Central Asian Leadership Platform that supports young specialists across the region in developing their capacities and expertise, the Central Asian Climate Change Conference, which is the biggest conference organized by CAREC each year. This year we conducted this event together with Ministry of Ecology of Kazakhstan during the Regional Environmental Summit in Astana. So also we have working with the network of academic societies and Ramsar Regional Initiative for Central Asia. So we contributed conclusions that will inform CBD Secretariat documents for upcoming SBI and COP meetings. This is direct practical support to countries revising their NBSAPs. CAREC has biodiversity experts and a regional network always available to support informed decision-making. The second mechanism that we have is mainstreaming biodiversity into agri-food systems through regional projects. Technical cooperation is concrete. So CAREC implements regional projects that directly link biodiversity with agriculture. For example, sustainable pasture management across Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, connecting healthy rangelands with livestock productivity and carbon sequestration. These projects is undergoing and they are implementing under the Resilient CA Plus program. Agro-biodiversity conservation, preserving indigenous crop varieties and traditional farming knowledge that has sustained Central Asian communities for centuries. Also, we are aiming at nature-based solutions for land restoration, simultaneously improving soil health, water retention, and habitat connectivity across national boundaries. And those projects are regional by design, but also we have national projects. For example, since 2024, CAREC has been implementing the FAO GEF project implementation of the national biosafety mechanism in Kyrgyz Republic in accordance with the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. And results to date is draft regulatory legal acts developed and agreed with state authorities. Standards being developed for products containing GMOs. Laboratory capacity strengthened is 4 to 5 key laboratories. And fifth national report on Cartagena Protocol implementation approved and ready to submission to CBD Secretariat. So the last one thing I want to mention is One Health projects and program, which is regional, and CAREC hosts the regional secretariat for this program as for now. I coordinate this program, and this approach, One Health, also links ecosystem health, human health, and animal health as well. And One Health also covers biodiversity considerations. So basically, our work focused on zoonotic diseases. We are going to conduct trainings, capacity buildings on avian influenza, for example, which is also involved the surveillance mechanism on bird migratory species. Also, regional One Health information portal is under development, and we're going to include biodiversity indicators and ecosystem data alongside disease surveillance. So CAREC also organized One Health scientific seminar in Dushanbe in 2025, bringing together biodiversity, animal health, and public health experts from across the region and abroad. And we are going to conduct one more such seminar this year and each year up next. So we have also organized Regional One Health Coordination Council at the level of Vice Minister and heads of the departments. We conduct regular meetings to discuss urgent matters all through these high-level channels. We go on to support countries in developing regional strategies. This directly supports Biodiversity Framework Target 14, which calls for integrating biodiversity and health into policies. As I am the coordinator of the regional program on One Health, I should also mention the project implemented by our partners IUCN and GARO. The project name is One Health in Nature Conservation in Central Asia. So it's coordinated by IUCN, as I mentioned, and funded by German government. It aims to prevent zoonotic disease emergence by strengthening conservation measures, expanding 500,000 hectares of new protected areas, establishing a regional IUCN green list processes for protected area management, and improving wildlife species monitoring to assess zoonotic outbreak risks. So looking ahead to COP17 in Yerevan, and I guess I wrap up at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oksana. Again, also apologize for rushing in this case. We are, of course, have another event coming up with also the Deputy Prime Minister of Tajikistan. So thank you also to you, Oksana, and of course also Jose Luis and Isfandor for giving examples from Tajikistan, from the region, but also from Portugal. And I think we heard clearly that agri-food systems in this case are central to the implementation of the KMGBF and to the broader efforts. And with that, I would like to move to Armenia and to Natalia to give us a quick overview. And Natalia, I have to ask you also to be a bit shorter than initially also foreseen. What is the focus of the Armenian presidency in that sense? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yala.
I'll try to be as quick and brief as is possible. So it is a pleasure to join you today at this important side event of taking action across agri-food systems for biodiversity and global impact at COP17. So let me begin by thanking FAO for organizing this timely discussion and for the leadership it continues to show in the bringing biodiversity, agriculture, food security, and climate resilience together in one strategic conversation. I also thank our colleagues from the region for sharing their valuable insights and national experience. One of the strongest messages we need to carry into COP17 is that biodiversity protection must be grounded and mainstreamed in our agri-food systems and daily activities of our farmers, pastoralists, and rural communities. Agri-food systems are not peripheral to biodiversity. They are central to it. The way we produce food, manage land, use water, safeguard soils, protect pollinators, and organize rural landscapes will shape whether the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework succeeds or it fails. In Europe and Central Asia, this challenge is particularly important. Our region is diverse, with different farming systems, climate conditions, urbanization, and government contexts. Yet, across the diverse circumstances and challenges, one message is consistent. We need efficient solutions and support agricultural productivity and resilience while conserving and sustainably using biodiversity. That is the balance we must pursue, and it is not a theoretical issue, but a practical problem addressed by farmers, policymakers, researchers, and local communities. Biodiversity monitoring and reporting is crucial to assess the progress and identify gaps. The KMBGF monitoring framework gives us the tool to track implementation through headline, binary, component, and complementary indicators, and parties are expected to monitor and report on progress against the national biodiversity targets reflected in the MBSAPs. FAO's role as a custodian or contributing agency for more than 25 KMBGF indicators, including headline SDG indicators, is invaluable in helping countries strengthen monitoring systems and institutional capacity. Another key area is the recognition of other effective area-based conservation measures, or OECMs, in implementation of Target 3. This is an issue that deserves greater attention as we move toward COP17. OECMs broaden our understanding of conservation by recognizing a wider range of governance systems and management approaches. In agri-food landscapes, they can be a powerful way to support both sustainable use and conservation. Excellencies, for Armenia as a host of and president of COP17, this is a moment of both responsibility and opportunity. Our presidency is guided by a clear commitment to deliver an effective, inclusive, and action-oriented conference where all stakeholders are meaningfully involved and where outcomes are collectively owned. The key milestone of the COP17 will be the first global review of the collective progress in implementation of the KMGBF, which will allow us to assess achievements, gaps, and challenges on the basis of more than 120 national reports, scientific data, and contributions of stakeholders. Armenia sees COP17 as an opportunity to move from general commitments to practical implementation. That means stronger mainstreaming of biodiversity across agricultural sectors, better monitoring and reporting, broader use of national positive approaches, and stronger support for countries to identify and organize OECMs in relevant landscapes. The region is already showing encouraging examples, and these experiences matter because they show that the implementation is possible when policy coherence, political will, and technical support come together. We will strive to ensure that the outcomes of the COP17 strengthen the nexus between biodiversity, climate, land degradation, and this is there that agri-food systems matter as a cross-cutting area for ensuring synergetic action through advancing nature-based solutions and incentivizing sustainable use of biodiversity. Armenia looks forward to working closely with FAO and other stakeholders to make COP17 an inclusive, transparent, and truly impactful conference for achieving our vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathalie, for this also very succinct but very clear overview. And I would like to stress particularly also the mentioning of the OECM and the OECM as a powerful tool, but also the focus of the presidency to review the KMGBF and strengthening also the nexus biodiversity, climate, and land degradation. And with the 3 COPs we have, I mean, the super COP year we have in 2026 in the region, I think this is in this context fully coherent. So thank you very much also for this. Colleagues, we will skip the video of the Executive Secretary of the CBD due to the time. So the discussion which we had here also today, I think, gave some strong messages in terms of the importance of the policy coherence, the international coordination, and also regional cooperation. I think the examples we heard from Tajikistan, Portugal, but also the experience of CAREC demonstrates that the countries across Europe and Central Asia are really already taking important steps to maintain. But we have seen also in Jeremy's presentation at the beginning, there's still a long way to go, particularly when we talk about across the agriculture sector and to translate the global commitments into the action. As we move now to COP17 in Armenia, I think there is a valuable opportunity, and I hope the event, and this was the intention, the event today gives a good basis also for further collaboration, further connecting the different sectors, connecting in this case the agriculture, ministries of agriculture, Ministry of Environment, in order to facilitate this sustainable agri-food systems transformation. Let me thank again Oksana, Nathalie, is Fandor the replacement, and of course Jose Luis and Jeremy for being today. And so we're looking forward for continued cooperation as well as collaboration in the lead up to the COP17 in Armenia. Thank you very much for staying here a bit longer, and we're moving very quickly to the next side event. Thank you.
Dos, dois. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Y sí, lo que pasa es que ahora se acopla y me oigo yo. Probando, sí, ahora lo que escucho es mi voz. Probando, 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 probando. Prueba, prueba, 1, 2, 3, 4, probando, probando, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Як душе. Вы слышите меня? Раз, два, три. Звук идет? Мой звук есть? Раз, два, три. Слышно? А, все, спасибо.
1, 2, 3, do you hear us?
Все нормально.
Лилея Кадура Шурвекнемо, Вахтики Мазгуноху Грифтан. Когда они будут на английский с испанского, нам надо будет...
وقتی میگه ما اسپانسکی خودم انگلیسی ترجمه میکنم میگه
ما روسی بکارم
اگر شما خودت که روسی کنید کو این میجقه
Як?
میجقه آوازی وای شما دم بیاد
Все, فهمیدیم.
بعد وقتی که وای کرد این میجقه ادگوی میشه آواز زال میشه
Recording in progress.
Let's try again. I think this time it works. All right. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and partners. My name is Beth Bechtel. I am Deputy Director General at FAO based in Rome. It is a distinct pleasure and honor for me to welcome you to this special high-level event of our 35th Regional Conference for Europe that is dedicated to, I think, what may be one of the most important international years of all time, the International Year of the Woman Farmer, 2026. It's a pleasure to see that we have standing room only for this particular event. I'd encourage those of you still standing to come forward. There are a few seats still here across the room, and I would like to particularly point out the very beautiful section of the room here to my left. We have some, I think, very special guests, and it's very much a pleasure to see so many of our local female colleagues who are here today. Across Europe and Central Asia, women are already doing the work of farming every single day. They are managing crops, they are taking care of livestock, they are operating businesses, they are sustaining households, they are adapting to weather extremes, and they are helping keep their rural communities vibrant. And in many places, they also carry a disproportionate share of unpaid care and family responsibilities alongside that work. And yet, despite their central role across agri-food systems, women farmers still face unequal access to land, to financing, to technology, extension services, markets, and decision-making opportunities. This is not only unfair, but it also limits productivity. It limits resilience. It limits long-term performance of agri-food systems at a time when countries across this region are working to strengthen food security, rural livelihoods, and economic opportunities. For me, I come from a farming background in the Midwest of the United States. I know very well that these conversations that we are having are never only about policy. They're about whether farms can remain viable, whether families can continue farming across generations, and whether young people, young women, see a future in rural communities and agriculture. And this is why this International Year of the Woman Farmer matters so much. It's an opportunity for us not simply to recognize women farmers, but to listen directly to their experiences, which we will get the opportunity to do this morning, to better understand the practical barriers that they face, and to focus our attention on real solutions. So, today's discussion brings together not only women farmers, but also government leaders, policymakers, partners from across the region and beyond to exchange perspectives and very practical experiences, from the realities on the ground to the policies and investments that can help close persistent gaps. We will begin with 2 sets of high-level opening remarks, followed by a panel discussion and some interactive exchange with our participants. With that, it is now my pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Dilrabo Mansouri Saidullo, Deputy Prime Minister of Tajikistan, to deliver our opening remarks. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Ваше превосходительство, уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья! Для меня большая честь приветствовать вас в столице нашей страны. Мы рады, что именно Душанбе сегодня принимает столь представительную делегацию в рамках 35-й сессии региональной...
Part of the 35th Regional Conference of FAO. I really hope that the hospitality of Tajikistan and good weather will also contribute to our successful discussions, and that our discussions will go on in the spirit of good cooperation and friendship. Today, we are talking about women who contribute significantly to any sector. This year is the preparation. This year was initiated by the global community as the International Year of Women Farmers. Dear participants, analyzing the path we have undertaken shows that gender equality is no longer just a social logo. Today, it is a fundamental prerequisite for economic sustainability in any state. Looking back, we can see significant transformations. Today, looking back, we can see that the right to higher education, the right to own land, the right to manage your own financing were hardly achievable dreams. In Tajikistan, such a progress was possible thanks to the political will of the President of the Republic of Tajikistan, Mr. Emomali Rahmon, who from the first days of Tajikistan's independence identified support to women as one of the strategic priorities. The head of our state emphasized many times that women in rural areas are not only to keep their households, to take care of their families, but they are innovators, and food security heavily depends on their efforts. Today, we are undertaking clearly verified, coordinated measures, and we have systems following the National Development Strategy, which also has an important part of intensifying the role of women in the economic development. Let me give you one example. The system of presidential quotas. This unique initiative opened opportunities of education for the girls from the remotest areas of Tajikistan. Today, we witness the results of this policy. And in our communities, we now have not only educated experts, but they are agronomists, teachers, doctors, those who have good education and those who will contribute to the development of remote rural areas. Dear colleagues, despite the evident progress, we have to be critical about the situation overall. The women's labor women's contribution remains still not visible in many parts of the world. Women were perceived only as those who will provide support and assistance to the heads of households. However, statistics shows a different situation. More than 53,000 women are officially heads of farms and businesses. These are real leaders who are responsible for making decisions, for implementing new methods. Talking about entrepreneurship overall in the country, as on today, we have more than 108,000 women with their own businesses, their own business owners. The government of Tajikistan is intensively using the mechanism of presidential grants. These grants allow Tajik women not only to develop agribusiness, but also to restore, rehabilitate our crafts and other traditional activities. why our local efforts are important if we talk about the global situation. The answer can be found in the statistics provided by FAO. The gender gap reduction, wages, improvements in these areas will add another $1 trillion to the economies globally. With these figures, with these statistics show rescued lives, children without malnutrition, and improvement of the situation overall for many regions. In Tajikistan, we have a comprehensive view of the problems. Progress in the development of women farmers comes gradually. We cannot talk about any decent progress unless women have support in their household matters. We are introducing such innovative tools as mobile applications to support young parents. We have consultative centers for early development of children in the communities. Our goal is to create an ecosystem where successful career in agribusiness is not in conflict with maternity and is a harmonized addition to that. Your Excellencies, the 2026 is a historical chance for us to shift from discussion of the rights to demonstration of actual outcomes. We identified 3 vectors for progress. Digital transformation is the first one. We are working to make modern technologies, online opportunities for education, and other platforms become an easy to access opportunity. The second priority is green economy. The National Development Strategy 2037 provides motivations to continue introducing renewable energy sources and many energy-saving technologies. Third area is the financial inclusion. We continue simplifying mechanisms of concessional lending. We provide financial resources for them to implement different initiatives in the rural areas. Dear friends, in conclusion, I would like to emphasize women farmers are not only beneficiaries of the support, they are the key actors in the food systems. We investing in women, we invest in the sustainability of the society overall. I want to thank the FAO, all representatives of the countries that support us. I am sure that ideas and solutions we will draft here in Dushanbe will also contribute to the global development of economy. I wish us all fruitful discussions, results, and good impressions of your stay in Tajikistan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for, I think, so clearly showing us, demonstrating to us the commitment, not only from yourself, but also from the president and so many of your other colleagues in national government to be champions and advocates for women farmers here in Tajikistan. I especially appreciate the priority that you are placing on all generations of women, to describe what you are doing to support young girls, their early education, their early development, but to also women in later stages of life who are excited about opportunities to be entrepreneurs and to build businesses. That is a critical mechanism for support. I also want to just say on behalf of FAO, thank you for utilizing our important data and analysis. I wish that we had more time for this particular session because last year there was a seminal piece of analysis and work that FAO released called The Status of Women in Agri-Food Systems. We will make that available or try to provide to all of you a link to that report, but I would encourage you to visit the FAO website. The Deputy Prime Minister pointed to some very significant conclusions that came from that report that I think all of you would find quite interesting, and we also hope can be utilized in your own countries or organizations' decision-making. Thank you again. Now I would like to turn to a video message from Mr. Daniel Leleberg, who is the State Secretary to the Minister of Rural Affairs and also the chair of the Swedish FAO Committee. Please, if colleagues could play the video.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to this special event together with the distinguished representative of the government of Tajikistan. First of all, allow me to express deep thanks to Tajikistan for graciously hosting the FAO Regional Conference and this event, and of course also to the entire organizing team from FAO. All of your efforts are very much appreciated. I regret that I can't be with you in person in Dushanbe, but I deeply value this opportunity to contribute to highlighting the very important theme for this session. Gender equality, women's empowerment are fundamental priorities for Sweden, both domestically and internationally, as well as in our development cooperation and work within the FAO. As such, I am very pleased that Sweden is represented on the steering committee for the International Year of the Women Farmer, which we very much support, despite the fact that women produce the majority of food in many developing countries and contribute to roughly half of global production. Their central role in our food systems remain undervalued. We are committed to changing that. We particularly stress the importance of women's full participation in local business communities, equal access to productive resources, and secure ownership and inheritance rights. As new sectors grow, such as bioeconomy and circular economy, Sweden remains committed to ensuring that gender perspectives and the role of women are fully understood and integrated. To raise one example from our development cooperation in this area, Sweden has proudly been a long-standing supporter of the joint program on rural women's economic empowerment, which is a global initiative with the overarching aim of securing rural women's livelihoods, rights, and resilience. The program is jointly implemented by FAO, WFP, IFAD, and UN Women, and addresses root causes of gender inequality while strengthening rural women's economic empowerment and recognizing women as champions of resilience and agricultural development. Now, we have a very interesting program ahead, and I'm conscious of time, but I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to also briefly highlight the voluntary guidelines on gender equality and women's and girls' empowerment adopted by the Committee on World Food Security in 2023. The guidelines provide an essential tool in advancing gender equality and empowerment in the context of food security and nutrition. In closing, acknowledging women's farmers and promoting gender equality and women's empowerment in agriculture and food systems is not only the right thing to do, but also necessary for achieving food security in our region and beyond. I wish you all a very interesting session ahead. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much from all of us to Daniel for this important message and also for Sweden's continued support to gender equality. I would here point out that between Sweden and Tajikistan, they are just two of 123 countries that offered their support at the New York UN General Assembly for the resolution that was passed to designate 2026 as the International Year of the Woman Farmer. I think it's an outstanding testament to see that many countries around the world with your leadership, your excellency, and also that of Sweden, Ireland, and others who put that forward. I think it's also important that Daniel has reminded us that the role of women factors into so many of the topics and the themes that we have discussed at this very regional conference and in others. The very inherent importance of women in all of our agri-food systems topics is very clear. We now move to our panel session, Women Farmers' Voices and Policy Perspectives from Europe to Central Asia. The discussion is going to bring together, I think, the experiences of women farmers with perspectives from policymakers and partners as well. So it is now my pleasure to invite my colleague, Ms. Mariana Bicchieri, our gender officer at the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, to take over the role of moderator. Mariana, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Beth. Excellencies, colleagues, I'm delighted to be here today moderating this panel through which we'll embody the principle behind the International Year of the Woman Farmer. We'll take the opportunity to give voice to women farmers through the farmers that we have with us today, understand from them what are their needs, what are their priorities. And in the second segment, we'll have the opportunity to hear from member countries, their experiences, approaches that have been successful, advancing gender equality and women's empowerment. As ERC discusses priorities for the years to come, I hope this session and this panel will inspire action and will give us elements to go back to our realities, our lives, taking this subject as a priority. And as we move forward, it is now my honor to introduce our distinguished panelists. And let me start with Ms. Amirzoda Bibi Salima Ilo Mehdin, who's a farmer from Tajikistan. Ms. Lourdes Perona Lopez, a farmer from Spain. Mr. Alexander Baum Beistram, head of section, the Ministry of Rural Affairs in Sweden. Ms. Daniela Miljanic, State Secretary at the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management in Serbia. And Mr. Peter Cleary, Deputy Permanent Representative of Ireland to the UN Rome-based agencies. So let's give our keynote speakers a warm round of applause. And starting our initial segment, or first segment, as was mentioned, we have two farmers, Lourdes and Salima, who are very accomplished and have managed to do some really remarkable things as women farmers. And let me explain why they are so special. Let me start with Salima. So Salima comes from a village in Tajikistan, 1 hour more or less from Dushanbe, 890 people. And from a very young age, she was working in the field side by side with her family. And the expectation was clear. The idea is that she would grow up, complete her basic education, get married, have kids, and repeat what happened with the women in generations before her. But what is extremely interesting is that despite Tajikistan having very advanced legal and policy frameworks as outlined by the Deputy Prime Minister, translating law into reality in the field takes time. And it's a continuous effort. So this is why we see this gap. And what happened is that Salima had a different idea for her future. She wanted to study, and she advocated for that. When the pressure started for her to drop education, get married, she said, I want to study. It was not easy, but she managed, and she achieved degree in history. Nowadays, she is teaching history. When a project from FAO and the government of Tajikistan came to Lolazar, she was naturally chosen by a group of women that were over 20 years her senior to be her leader. Today, Salima is a community leader. She's a gender advocate, and she will be sharing the realities of rural women with us for us to have a better understanding how their lives look like. Salima will be speaking likely in Russian. So Salima, let me ask you our first questions. And once again, thank you so much for being with us. A frequent barrier preventing women from accessing training, services, and other opportunities is the heavy burden of domestic and farmer work. So to help us understand the reality of rural women's lives, and I've seen how hard and how committed the women in Lolazor are, let me ask you our first question. Could you describe what a typical day looks like for you and the women in your group?
Добрый день, уважаемые участники конференции.
Hello, dear participants of the conference. First of all, I would like to extend my deep gratitude to the organizers for the opportunity to be here and present the voice of rural women. Answering your question, I just wanted to point out that this question for me is not just a description, it's a life that I lived since childhood. A typical day of women in my village begins early in the day, before the sunrise. Majority of them wake up, prepare food for the family, clean up the house, and get ready for a long and difficult day. Life in rural work and household is not separated in rural. Women, the work women be teachers, women are cooks at home, and once finish the household, the chores, they go back to the field to help in the field, facing the different hardships. Many of them, they deal with irrigation, they bring firewood. It's a difficult, very challenging work which continues throughout the year during heat and cold. I grew up in this environment, and since childhood I lived in this environment. I remember how we used to go with my dad on ride horse with my dad. He used to bring me to the farm. I observed, I watched him, I helped him, I pulled the weed. Sometimes when he needed something, he would send me on horse back home, and people would be shocked how such a small kid is managing a horse. They used to compare me with my granddad. They told me that I have strong will, and we still do that. We still help. We still help with cropping. We help our parents. It's a common practice in villages when the people and the youth help and work with adults in the fields. For women in our village, the day does not end with coming back home. Once they come back home from the field, they continue work, right? Preparing food, helping with kids, do other chores, helping with the homeworks. And this work is continuous and non-stop. However, many of such women officially they treat themselves not as farmers. They treat everything as just a common life, as an everyday life, and therefore they're oftentimes deprived of schooling, studies, other opportunities that can help them improve their living standards. And I noticed one important quality: resilience and patience. Even with the limited opportunities, the women are the key strength of the pillar of their families. And to me personally, this helped me be disciplined, be patient, and to labor. It showed me that women in the villages, they are not just work power, but they are experience. They are an energy of our rural agriculture, the driving force of it.
important perspectives, and also understand that when we talk about not being recognized as farmers, sometimes even women, rural women, feel this way because this is the environment where they are. So this is why it's so important for us to hear your voice. And let me then ask you our second question. So as we are discussing what we should do to change this, what do you think, from your perspective, are the main challenges that women farmers face, and what would they need to fully realize their potential? Over to you.
Спасибо за этот важный вопрос. Исходя из
Thank you for this question. Based on my experience and what I observed, women in my village, they face a number of problems. One of the key challenges is poor access to education and vocational training. Many women have practical experience while no opportunity to study modern agricultural skills and approaches. Oftentimes, they deal with the traditional skills which are least effective. Second issue is limited access to land, machinery, technologies, and funding, which are the key barriers. This situation hinders the possibility for sustainable development, for better crop productivity, and there is a very limited access to stable income as a result. And thirdly, the work of women in the farms is not acknowledged as an official work. They work in the field, and they bear the brunt of this double labor, which is which is ignored. And in order for women to unlock their full capacity, it's important for them to have an education and practical vocational learning, not only traditional, but those relevant in modern times. They need to have equal access to resources, technologies, to financial support, so that they could work more effectively and more sustainably. It's important for the society to acknowledge the role of women as farmers, as producers, while not just as household workers. And I'm positive that if a woman in rural areas has an access and has opportunities, she can contribute and she can impact the life-changing situation in her family and communities. And I'd like to highlight that when we talk about women and young girls, we're talking about the future generation and about sustainable development of the future society. They shouldn't just work, but they should also be able to study and to be supported.
Thank you so much, Salima. And this reminds us the importance about bridging the gap between strong legal and policy frameworks and the realities in the field. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
and
much.
now let me turn to Lourdes. Lourdes has a very interesting story too. She's the 5th generation of farmers. She's a livestock farmer and olive grower in Val de Peñas de Jaez in Andalucía in España. It's a village of around 3,500 people. And the land her family's land has been bought by her great-grandfather and in 1908. And it has passed through generations, always through the women. But up until her, the men were the ones who managed and took all decisions. And this farm, until Lourdes, was a subsistence family farm that was giving their subsistence, their livelihoods, but not much more than that. And Lourdes had a passion for the field. She studied agronomy, and she decided that she wanted to manage the farm. So what happened is that when she finished her studies, came back to the farm in 2011 at age 21. She started to develop in it. She came up with very sustainable agricultural practices, some things completely different from what the previous generations were doing. It was somehow received with some resistance, but she persisted, she kept going, and the result is that in over 100 years, the first time that this farm became something more than subsistence, it was thanks to Lourdes. Nowadays, her farm, it's a successful agriculture enterprise that it's sustainable and it is profitable. So thank you so much, Lourdes, for being with here today. And I will now turn into Spanish. So, Lourdes, uno de los
So one of the big challenges that we are facing at a global level, and especially in Europe and Central Asia, is the aging of the rural populations and the migration of local people from the rural areas to the cities. But you decided to stay. Why did you decide to stay? And how could you transform a regional plot of land into a great industrial production area? Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank FAO and thank you, Mariana, for counting on me for such an important event and for such an important year, like the year of women farmers. I think that, first of all, I had two main goals or two motivations. First of all, I really love being in the countryside. It started when I was very young. I used to spend my weekends and the whole summer in the countryside, and I was totally happy, and I wanted the future generations of my family to do the same. So I think that the most important thing was actually working in the field. I live right there, and I think that my daughters are actually taking advantage of that rural life, and that's the best present I can give them. Secondly, since it was crystal clear that I wanted to work in agriculture, I knew that it was a field full of opportunities that were not explored. So I wanted to be the explorer. And as you said, Mariana, my land was basically a subsistence land. My father was always scared about our work, and I wanted to turn it into something which is profitable, that allows us to have a good life. And that's why I consider that although we still need to keep working, there's been a huge change in the last few years. It's obvious that I haven't done everything by myself. I got the public support of my country, the economic support I mean, and it's necessary to underscore the possibility of have a family and to be a worker. I have two small girls, and both my husband and myself have understood that this is a teamwork. In order to be able to come here to Tajikistan, he's taking care of my livestock and my daughters as well, because otherwise it could be impossible for me to be here. At the same time, I would like to underscore another help which has been very important, and it's the rural schools that we have in some towns in the south of Spain. These are schools that are especially designed for people working in the countryside. We especially use them when we have the olive picking, so I can both take care of my girls and be an entrepreneur as well. I think that it's been a combination of different factors that actually allowed me to stay here in the countryside. Thank you very much, Lourdes. It's extremely interesting to see how you can bring together opportunities and passion and how you can be successful that way. So let's focus on the second question. We know that agriculture remains a highly male-dominated sector. It's also the same situation in Spain. Could you please share with us your experiences as a female worker, are you actually facing certain challenges because you are a woman, and how have you overcome the situation? I have to say that that's the reality. I had to challenge many problems because of the fact that I was a woman. This goes beyond the questioning. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, that was the easiest of the problems I had. I would like to give you some context. I started my degree when I was 21 years old, and as I said, my dream was going back to my farm, and that's what I did. First of all, what I did was implement practices that I learned at the university. We divided the plot of land into sectors, and that's how my livestock had food all throughout the year. We had food without having to buy any inputs. And those practices was basically used by other colleagues. Those colleagues in particular treated me differently, and I started realizing it when 2015, when my father got sick and I had to take care of the farm. They treated me like if I were invisible. They didn't talk to me straight away, and the worst part is that they started breaking my fences. Their livestock was entering into my plot of land, and the worst attack was that when they were bringing their ships back to the plot of land, they were also bringing part of mine. Since I was very young at the beginning, I went to the police, and that's when the first door was closed for me. I thought that if that first door was closed, all of them were going to be closed in the future. When the first door was closed, for many years I was fighting by myself, and I wasn't successful. Nevertheless, I was keeping this problem in secret, and at some point I decided to speak up. And they gave me the first idea. I decided to go to the local police station. Sorry. So, as I said, I went to the local police station in Valdepeñas de Jaén, and that's when the change happened. I received the support of the ROCA team, which is a specialized team focusing on thefts in the rural area. And it was the first time that somebody listened to me and that I could actually speak up. And I started realizing that change. In order for me to have that permanent change, I had a GPS collar system. And just in case they tried to steal my livestock again, I have an application in the mobile phone, and I could see whether my sheep were suffering any kind of damage. And there is also something which was important. I joined FADEMUR, which is a rural women association. Through them, I became a drone pilot, and I decided to purchase my first drone. That's the way that I can control my farm, and those things that happened in the past were part of history. I don't know whether that solution is going to be permanent or not. I haven't suffered at all in the last 4 years, and I think that thanks to all the factors, I could actually be more successful. At the same time, I think that thanks to all the women that I've met, I can clearly say that I am not by myself at all. I was struggling for many years alone. If they attack me, I won't be by myself again. Thank you very much.
Lourdes, muchas
Lourdes, thank you very much. I can feel the emotion in your words. And I am pretty sure that all our participants have felt exactly the same.
incredible in her story is that she kept going. She used innovation, she used technology to help deal with all the issues that she was facing. And she has been thriving and giving back because now Lourdes is also a gender advocate. So her experience is helping other women advance all these issues. So thank you once again, Lourdes. Yes, so thank you, Lourdes and Salima, for this very important insights about rural lives of rural women. And we will now go into the second segment of our panel. We will look into policies, approach that has been working to advance gender equality and women's empowerment. As we said earlier, we want to recognize, we want to give voice to women farmers, but we also want to see action in this international year. And I'm sure that the experiences that will be shared now by Sweden, Serbia, and Ireland will give us inspiration. So let me now turn to Alexander, who will be sharing experiences from Sweden. Alexander, as we move into the second segment, focusing into policy perspectives, we know that Sweden has invested considerably on gender equality. And as we have heard, women play a key role in agri-food systems, not only in production, but also in driving innovation and advancing agroecological practices, as we heard from Lourdes. So as we move forward and recognize their contributions, we know that their contribution is also critical for moving towards sustainable circular bioeconomy. And in this context, Sweden has been a strong advocate for both gender equality and the bioeconomy transition. So let me ask you this question. How can bioeconomy policies and investments be designed to better recognize, support, and empower women as key actors in these transitions, as actors of change? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And a very big thank you also to all the previous speakers for all their very interesting and indeed strong interventions. I feel daunted to take the floor now after them, but nonetheless also feel very privileged to take part of this special event. Let me also echo the thanks of my State Secretary and his appreciation for the government of Tajikistan for the very kind hospitality that they've offered all of us throughout this regional conference. It's been special and very much appreciated indeed. Now, to the question at hand. As was mentioned, Sweden is a proud member of the steering committee for the International Year of the Woman Farmer. In that capacity, one of the issues we've promoted, very much in cooperation with FAO, is gender in bioeconomy. And it's not only because these are two priority areas for Sweden, but also because we see the transition to a sustainable bioeconomy as an important opportunity to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equality. In the case of Sweden, while bioeconomy, as we know, is indeed cross-sectorial and encompasses all the bio-based sectors from land, water, and sea, as we are a very forested country, the forest-based sector plays a particularly significant role in our national bioeconomy, which will also be reflected in my statement today. Sustainably managed forests not only provide critical functions for society and the environment, they also contribute directly to economic opportunities through a diverse range of wood and non-wood forest products and services. Our experience is that well-functioning markets, including long-term tenure rights, are essential, ensuring that forest owners can harvest what they've sown. Indeed, clear and secure land tenure rights form the basis for entrepreneurship in the forest. So, how does that relate to gender equality? Well, in Sweden, daughters and sons inherit equally which is one of the reasons why 39% of Sweden's more than 300,000 individual forest owners are women. And now for those of you who maybe like me don't have maths as a favorite subject, that means around 118,000 women with direct opportunity to explore and contribute to the forest-based bioeconomy through their holdings. But of course, equal ownership and inheritance rights, although essential, are not the only measures needed. Nor are government and policymakers the only actors that can contribute to positive change. While interest in forestry education is growing among young women in Sweden, we also face a situation in which far too few young women choose to stay in the forest sector. Against this backdrop, the top management of Sweden's major forestry companies, forest owner associations, and other interest groups, a total of 35 organizations, have formed a forest sector's gender equality council, working together for a more gender equal forest sector, for fairness, profitability, and sustainability. Now, I was also asked to reflect a bit on if I have any advice, or maybe you will want to come back to me later. Do I have the time for the second?
Yes, absolutely. And let me thank you for these insights. What it strikes me as you describe equal rights as a foundation and now collective action with 35 organizations coming together. So this is like rights plus rights. That's a very powerful model. And then let me move into our second question. If you could recommend one concrete step that FAO and its members could take in Europe and Central Asia in 2026, this international year, to better integrate gender equality into bioeconomy policy, what would that be? Let's say in 5 sentences.
5 sentences, okay. I'll keep it short. As one thing, as that was also mentioned by my state secretary earlier, I would focus on implementing the CFS voluntary guidelines on gender equality and women's and girls' empowerment in the context of food security and nutrition. The guidelines doesn't necessarily focus directly on bioeconomy. Bioeconomy isn't mentioned, but they very much contain important themes central to advancing gender equality also in bioeconomy. And I'll briefly like to mention the gender equal access to and control over natural resources, including through land and property and inheritance rights. This was, of course, mentioned by Her Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, in her intervention. The guidelines also cover several of the issues mentioned by Salima and Lourdes, such as access to education and vocational training and unpaid care work. The last thing that I would like to highlight as part of the guidelines is that they also emphasize the importance of collection, analysis, and use of sex disaggregated data to inform evidence-based policy and decision-making. This was also mentioned by Her Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, and also by DDG Beth Bechtel in interventions, who mentioned the FAO report on the status of women in agri-food systems. And I can only second that it's a very valuable and useful resource that we've also used to inform our policy decisions in Sweden. With that, I believe I exhausted my time, so thank you very much, and back to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Alexander. Also being so mindful about time, securing our food security as the lunch come after this session. And thank you for these perspectives, bringing forward the importance of using the voluntary guidelines as an instrument to advocate for improvements in gender equality and women's empowerment. And now let me turn to Serbia. Daniela, Serbia has taken important steps to advance gender equality in agriculture, addressing rural outmigration, supporting sustainable agriculture, strengthening the position of women in rural areas. In this context, let me ask you, from your perspective, what are the most critical policy priorities today to ensure that women farmers are fully supported and empowered? Over to you.
Thank you. Distinguished representatives, dear colleagues, dear partners, dear farmers, Thank you very much for this important question. And at the beginning, allow me to sincerely congratulate the years dedicated to women farmers. This is a very important message for the international community because without women, there is no sustainable agriculture, no strong rural communities, and no long-term food security. From my perspective, there are several important policy priorities if we want women farmers to be fully supported and improved. The first priority is to make women farmers more visible and more included in discussion making. In Serbia, women make up around 42% of the agricultural workforce, but only straightly over of the fifth are farm holders. This shows that women are very present in everyday agricultural work, but they are still not representative enough in ownership, management, and discussion making. That is why we need to support women not only as workers, but also as farm managers, enterprisers, and the leaders of the rural development. When a woman has access to knowledge, finance, land, technology, and markets, she strengthens not only her household, but also the whole local community. On the second priority is access to support measure and finance. My government, the government of Republic of Serbia, is continue working in the improved position of women in rural areas, with special attention for the young women. In Serbia, women are recognized through different support measures, including additional points when applying for support, more available credit conditions, and support for the new activities on the farm, such as processing, direct sales, and rural tourism. These measures are important because they help women to start to develop, to grow their activities on farm. They also help women to become more independent, more confident, and more active in rural development. The third priority is education and knowledge. Financial support alone is not enough. Modern agriculture is changing very fast. It requires knowledge, skills, and confidence. Women farmers need actions for education, professional trainings, advisory services, digital tools, and information about marketing. This is especially important for young women. Why? We want young women to see agriculture not as a limitation, but our opportunity for work, for entrepreneurship, and dignified in rural areas. And finally, I think the cooperation is essential. Government cannot do this alone. We need a dialogue with cooperation with governments, local communities, advisory services, civil societies, organizers, and international partners, including FAO. I'm very pleased to see so many male colleagues join and support this important topic. By sharing our experience, knowledge, and good practices, we can improve conditions for the women in rural areas and make their role more visible, stronger, and more valued. My main message is very simple. Women farmers should not be seen only as beneficiaries or support. They are active partners and leaders of rural development. If we invest in farmers, we invest in stronger family, stronger villages, and more sustainable future for all of us. Thank you for attention, and once again, I wish us a successful year dedicated for the women farmers, and thank you, Lourdes and Selima, very much.
Thank you so much, Daniela. Serbia experience reminds us that inclusion is not just about being present, having rights, but also about decision-making power. And now with this, I will invite Peter to share his perspectives, the perspectives from Ireland. So, Peter, from launching a national women agriculture action plan to co-sponsoring the International Year of the Woman Farmer, Ireland has demonstrated a strong commitment to women's empowerment in rural areas. At the same time, as we heard from Lourdes, even in context with strong legal and policy frameworks are in place, women farmers may still have persistent structural barriers. So in this context, from your experience, how does your country address these remaining challenges? And what, in your opinion, were the best measures that have proven effective in translating policy commitments into real change for women on the ground? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marina. At the outset, I'm going to apologize to the interpreters because I gave them a speech last night, but after listening and being truly humbled by what I've listened to from Lorda and Selena, I've been scribbling non-stop to rewrite it completely because we have an expression in Ireland: you always play the junior match before the senior match, and we're the junior match following the senior match of the farmers down at the far end. So to say humbled is an understatement. It is a privilege to speak here today to you, friends. We are very proud that we are a co-sponsor with Jordan of the International Year for the Woman Farmer. It continues a shared commitment we have to equality across all aspects of Irish life. We all in this room acknowledge the disproportionate amount of work carried out by women on farms globally, but in tandem with that, we acknowledge the lack of access to decision making that women have. They face barriers to education, finance, and land tenure, and that's what inspires us both domestically and internationally to push for equality and empowerment of women in the farming context. The International Year of the Woman Farmer has been a valuable opportunity to raise awareness and to accelerate our progress in these areas. From an Irish perspective, we don't look at it as investing in women farmers. We're investing in women. By investing in women, we get the beauty and the benefit of stronger families, more productive farms, and more resilient communities. As the Deputy Prime Minister of Tajikistan said earlier here, it's good economics. It makes economic sense, but it's also common sense. And that's something that when I'm in a discussion with my wife on a topic and I've done something wrong, she tells me that common sense is not that common at all, obviously, but common sense should be employed here. We have found any successes and supports that we have put in to progressing our agenda here. They must be targeted, they must be demand driven, and they must reach the women who need that support. That's very important to us then in all of our development of all our legislation in the agri-food sector, and we do it across everything, is that we bring, in this case, women farmers into the dialogue when we are initiating the policies. The people on the ground, the women have the experience. They have thought through what the practical solutions are. I'm male, pale and stale, and I'm here in an office. These are the people who have the experience, and they're the people who can give us the route to policy success. We started a national dialogue with women in 2023, and that led to a roadmap of actions for implementation. to achieve practical results, we're very privileged. We're in the West. We have money where others don't have it, but be that as it may. Some of the key actions that we felt have improved things. We have specifically targeted monies from the Common Agricultural Policy of the EU towards a woman farmers capital investment scheme where the government granted 60% of improvements to farms for women. We have spent 10.5 million in the last 3 years on 724 women farmers. Another innovation we've done is discussion groups for women where we pay a small bit of money for women to come together to discuss their problems, women farmers' problems amongst themselves and come up with their own solutions. We have expertise in those rooms, but it's led by women and it's peer-to-peer knowledge exchange. We've brought in a scheme called Acorns. Acorns is specifically geared towards female rural entrepreneurs. They don't exclusively have to be women farmers, but women who live in rural areas and can develop businesses. We have spent about 10 million on that to about 500 women in the last 10 years. And these are the type of projects that we have developed. There's a lot more. I have crossed out more here, but the bottom line is we spent about 20 million in the last 5 years trying to promote women's equality and empowerment, as well as providing the policy frameworks to support that. We also, we don't just try to empower women domestically. We try to, by our sponsorship of the International Year of Women's Farmers, we try to bring empowerment of women across all our foreign policy and international development programs. Generational renewal, I think, and women's empowerment and equality, and youth empowerment and equality, I think the three topics are totally connected. And so I just leave you with this thought. This is what we believe anyway. When women farmers have access to land, finance, training, technology, farm productivity rises. When women's voices are included in decision-making, policies become more inclusive, more effective, and more sustainable. And finally, when rural women thrive, rural families, rural communities, and entire economies thrive. So we would encourage everybody to support the likes of those two women down at the very end here, who are role models and inspirational. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate the honesty about common sense not being so common. I believe that many of us can relate to that. And what stands out to me in Ireland experience is the sequence. You first listen, a national dialogue with women themselves, and then you acted and you channeled investment. That order matters, and I think this is where good policy starts. So thank you so much. We started the event slightly delayed, with 15 minutes delay, so I'm happy to announce that, considering that we are on time, we will now have time for Q&A from the audience, so I expect your active participation. But before we go into that, I'd like to have two brief takeaway notes for your reflection. Again, recalling the objectives of the International Year, my first point would be recognizing, supporting, and investing in rural women means more efficient agri-food systems for everyone. This was mentioned by the Deputy Prime Minister and for almost all speakers. We are living a time of unprecedented crisis. Agri-food systems are being impacted. We are discussing solutions. We don't know. We are learning. We are trying to figure out. But there's one thing that is within reach. And that thing is gender equality. It has been proved. FAO has a study that was quoted by the Deputy Prime Minister indicating that if women and men have the same access to opportunities and resources, the number of people that are hungry today could diminish in 45 million, with a huge impact, positive impact in the global GDP. So we need to take action. We need to leverage this potential to face the crisis that we have now ahead. So this would be my first point. And the experience that we heard from our farmers are the living proof of these statistics. When we invest in women farmers, we see the results. We have seen it here. So this would be my first point. The second point, it's let us reaffirm our commitment and act on it. I arrived yesterday afternoon and I heard through different sessions people mentioning gender equality and women's empowerment as a priority. There's a consensus about that. Everybody believes in that. But consensus is not enough. As a cross-cutting issue, gender risks being everyone's responsibility, priority, but no one's focuses. And once we see moments of challenge, gender equality and women's empowerment can easily be forgotten. And this is also reflected in funding. Nowadays, only 6% of global bilateral funding goes towards gender equality and women's empowerment. This is a first step. It is certainly not enough. So I would call all of you to go back as we discuss priorities, think about what can be done from your perspectives, the ideas that you could push forward in terms of policies, but policies that come with a budget that will facilitate action. Because in Europe and Central Asia, we have the policies in place. If we implement what is in place, we'll reach the objectives that we have. So the word that I would like to close the session today is action. And with that, I'd like to once again ask for a warm round of applause for our remarkable, amazing keynote speakers. And I'd like to now open the floor for your questions and answers. As we want to think about action, to push forward action, we'll be delighted to hear your perspectives and comments and questions. So I've seen the first hand up here. Do we have a microphone?
Thank you so much for this very, very excellent discussion. And in fact, I think this week, the entire week, I've been listening to very enriching discussions. My name is Ari. I'm representing the UNICEF Regional Office today, but usually I'm the Deputy Representative of UNICEF Tajikistan. I wanted to get the panel's reflection on 2 points. One, I'm about the unpaid care burden. I think it's great to hear at the very beginning, Madame Deputy Director General mentioning about unpaid care burden. And I think as we think about how to shift from rights to results, I do think we have to think about childcare as economic infrastructure. And on that note, I wanted to introduce this new, what we call Childcare and Early Learning Financing Facility. It's CELFF. We call it SELF. It's essentially a blended financing model that deploys different modalities of financing mechanisms with the aim of providing financing to affordable childcare. This is currently being tested in Eastern Europe, Turkey, and other countries, which we hope to also suggest to test in Tajikistan. And I think this is important because, you know, positioning childcare as an economic infrastructure is important, first of all, of course, to free up women's time so that they can, be fully engaged in agricultural activities, but also as nicely mentioned by Her Excellency Madame Mansouri, for early learning and education for children, as well as nutritional outcomes. And I think this is really important for Tajikistan at this point from a human capital perspective. So the question to the panelists is, how can we concretely integrate childcare financing into the agriculture and rural development financing or investments? That's the question. And I think this is a concrete platform that we can consider. It's an entry point to financing affordable childcare. So just a reflection from that, from you, perhaps DDG and Madame Mansouri might be good. And then the second point was about listening to Lourdes, and thank you for your reflections and experience. It's a realization that sometimes the norms that are put on women and girls are deep-rooted in many, many countries. And I think it takes intergenerational efforts and investments. I think huge investments in social and behavioral change is needed. And on that front, just to appreciate Madame Mansouri's leadership as she chairs the National ECD Council. It's the National Early Childhood Development Council. And within that framework, Tajikistan is developing parenting framework. And I'm mentioning that because it needs to start from when children are very small, working with parents to instill a strong sense of gender equality is necessary. And I think it's valuable leadership that Tajikistan is doing to develop this parenting framework. So how can we cooperate and really link this parenting framework and parenting services with agriculture and rural development and empowerment of women? I think those are 2 points that I would love to get your reflections on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this interesting points. We have another one over here.
Thank you very much for the really inspiring interventions. My name is Judith Hitchman, and I'm part of the civil society delegation here. I think it's extremely important that we look at how we can use existing policy documents to support particularly young women farmers like yourselves. The first element that you've all mentioned is the unpaid care work. There is a lot of interesting work that has been done by the ILO, and the ILO's declaration on care work is something that I think we could usefully bring into this field to support young women like yourselves. The second that was mentioned is the gender guidelines from the CFS, where our members of the CSIPM civil society mechanism participated deeply in developing those. And I believe that there are many important things that we can take out of that need now to be brought into national legislation to make them binding. There are elements like the fact that most women do not have paid maternity leave, the fact that the pensions that women farmers receive are often totally non-existent, the fact that medical coverage and social protection in general are very strongly lacking. And I think that these are the elements that are the hard elements that we need to use because they are out there. They're also part of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants, and the access to land aspects can be taken from the ICARD +20 meeting that was held very recently in Colombia. So we really need to cherry pick from all of these other international organizations and structures to support our young women farmers, and always bearing in mind that we are not homogeneous. We're not just a block of women. There are certain specificities, but each and every one of us are human beings, and we deserve the realization of our full human rights. And thank you so much to you for bringing it forward and taking the ball and running with it.
Thank you so much. Do we have any further question? So in this case, I think we could start in with the questions and comments that have been posed by the audience. And I think for the first one, maybe I could turn to Sweden, Serbia, and Ireland, if you would like to share some perspectives, ideas on how we can integrate childcare into rural development investment. But I would also invite other members of the panel and this table to express their ideas on this matter. Over to you.
Thank you. Maybe can I share my experience and something something what not directly connected with my position, like state secretary, but important for gender equality, for support for women. Me and my good friend founded a no-government organization called Millennium Women, inspired by Millennium Development Goals. And 2 years ago, we decided to found to give a prize for women, for different sectors, for culture, for journalists, businesses, for sciences, and also for agriculture. Why we do this? Because we think the support each other is very important. And how I say before, we must make that women must more visible be. And this is a suggestion, maybe you can do something similar.
Yeah, thank you so much. That is a really interesting. Anyone else?
Уважаемые делегаты, на вопрос.
Dear delegates, to respond to the question, to this comment of our esteemed delegate from UNICEF, yes, you really unlocked this problem. It's a comprehensive challenge, and we acknowledge that professional successes of women farmers depend on social well-being, and we understand that the women, they bear the brunt of the household the work, as well as the burden of raising children, especially in rural areas with such a great pressure, which is actually on women's shoulders. And to that end, the government of Tajikistan has in place numerous actions, including a state program on the development of preschool education. And currently, the coverage of general education in Tajikistan, including the preschool and kindergarten, makes 3.5%. And we, up to 2000, we are planning to increase this rate up to 50%. And there is also a state program in place on supporting early childhood development in Tajikistan. We have a council under the government of Tajikistan. We interact with partners, with civil societies, which is a significant, huge platform on developing and raising children. Additionally, today Tajikistan is committed to promoting parenthood as well, and supporting parents as well. So that way we hope to reduce the burden on parents. And I believe that the government, the governments, the agencies, they should work closely in the partnership with our partners. And I can see these partners in this room. I greet them. My greetings to you, and I can see that civil society is stepping in proactively, and I am sure that all together we can relieve the burden from our women, their colossal work, especially in rural areas, who under significant pressure. And I hope that we will continue working all together. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you so much. Gratitude, Prime Minister, for your inspiring words and recalling the importance of institutional collaboration and work across different stakeholder partners to advance these challenges. Once again, with Tajikistan providing leadership in positive and successful approaches. And we also have the question related to paid maternity leave. I'm not sure if anyone would like to comment on that.
It feeds into the last question as well. For too long, Ireland neglected such vital things as paid maternity leave and paternity leave. And also, for too long, we weren't in a position to provide that support. But as soon as we got in a position, we're developing programs to support the childcare that we were talking about, the leave, the maternity and paternity leaves that we're talking about, not just for women farmers, but just across the board for all sectors, because that support is needed throughout society. It's not just in the rural and farming areas. I'm just struck by, I did a bit of change management in my time, and culture change is the hardest thing of all. It's embedded, it's ingrained, and it takes generations to change the mindsets of people. But you have to keep at it. It's a grind, it's slow. You keep at it, you keep at it, you keep at it. And we have found, as I said earlier, it's across all our agri-food development policies. If the policies are coming from the bottom, from the people who it affects day to day, they can take ownership, and it's up to the government and to lead then and amplify those messages. That's the way you'll gradually get there. But it has to be, if you don't do it that way, it becomes a talking shop, and it's just, as I said earlier, bureaucrats talking down to people rather than bureaucrats listening and putting frameworks in place that suit your own specific country, your own specific people, and your own specific problems.
Thank you so much. And I think we are approaching the end of the panel discussion, but I know that Salima has something important that she wants to share with us. So Salima, the floor is yours. That her long last dream was to pursue a master degree in Korea, South Korea specifically. And a couple of days ago, she has just received the news that she has been accepted. Thank you so much. And well, what to say after such an inspiring panel? I want to thank once again our panelists, the participants for their active participation and contributions. And one very brief final word. Cultural change is something that came up and it takes time. So I just wanted to say that FAO has been very focused in understanding the root cause of gender inequality, understanding why things are in a certain way so we can address these root causes of gender inequality. And when we are talking about improving agricultural productivity through gender equality and women's empowerment, this is a strong economic argument, but we also should remember this is a matter of upholding women's human rights, and it was delightful for me to see the commitment of our members and all participants during this ERC. With this, I'd like to pass the floor back to Beck. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mariana. I'd like to, before I maybe offer some closing reflections, give maybe a perspective on Ari's question regarding unpaid care responsibilities from an organization like FAO. We know that these unpaid care responsibilities become a constraint on women being able to even participate in the programs that we are trying to build. We want them to attend training. We want them to access financing. We want them to participate in producer organizations, to expand their business, to adopt new technologies. And frankly, some of these daily care responsibilities ultimately are constraints to the very thing that we are trying to develop and to implement, whether it's in our programs or in our projects. And so while you rightly point out that there are very critical investment and financing considerations, I think for an organization like FAO and other colleagues in the UN system and organizations, we need to think about how we design our programs and our projects so that these kinds of considerations don't become a constraint to the very outcome or output that we are trying to bring for our women leaders and our women farmers. So thank you for raising that and bringing that to the attention of everyone. I would like to also just personally thank all of our speakers. Each and every one of you, Deputy Prime Minister, our friends from Sweden, from Serbia and Ireland, and our women heroes for a very thoughtful, a very honest, and I think sometimes we tend to maybe overuse the word inspiring in our different events. I think this one counts as truly being an inspiring discussion. I think for me, it was clearly a reaffirmation that we know, and it's come up at this very conference, that women are leading in agriculture across Europe and across Central Asia every single day, whether that's on a farm, in a cooperative, in an agribusiness, or just in a rural community. But what we heard is that too many women farmers are still operating within systems that do not fully recognize them, support them, or invest in their reality. But despite the different experiences and perspectives, I do think there were some very common threads that we heard throughout the comments. I won't go into detail, but we heard about the importance of access, access to a lot of different innovations, to a lot of basic services. We heard about this challenge of balancing agricultural work with the expectations that are there from your family, from your children, from your partner, from your neighbors, from all of the other people in a woman's life that are important to them. And we heard that it is really about quality policies and programs, and to see so many commitments and real examples of successful programming and commitments from national government leadership, I think also really was commendable and stood out to me today. I also think, maybe from a bit of a personal perspective, I have reflected as I've listened to each of you, for me, about those moments or those times throughout my own career when I have been in the minority in a room, in a conference, or in a leadership space. And the reality that we heard today is that many women in agriculture experience that same dynamic every day. They are too often expected to prove themselves differently, to fight harder to be heard, or to navigate systems that were not really fundamentally designed with them in mind. And yet, despite that, women continue to lead, to innovate, and sustain rural communities every single day. As I listened, especially to Lourdes, I could only think about my own sister, who is our family's 7th generation farmer. She's the first woman in our family to run all aspects of our farm business. I have seen her do her very best with the constant balancing act that farming requires. Just 2 days ago, I spoke to her over the phone, and she told me that she had just started planting our spring crops. She was considering the soil temperature, she was considering the rain forecast, all while she is also managing markets, labor, financing, and other family and professional responsibilities all at the same time. That reality and the personal stories that we heard today give even me an even deeper appreciation for all women in agriculture and rural communities. This International Year should therefore be more than just a moment of recognition, more than just a patting ourselves on the back for having a special designation for 2026. It needs to be a catalyst for real change. And I think if we could just bottle up the authentic and powerful voices and experiences of Salima and Lourdes and share them globally, as Peter said, as role models, we could catalyze even greater change. So the success is not going to be measured by the number of side events, the number of conferences or declarations. It's going to be measured by whether more women farmers have greater access to opportunity and a stronger voice in shaping the future of agriculture. And I think before we go to lunch, I hope you personally continue to reflect on what you heard today and also hold yourselves to these same standards and these same commitments. Thank you to each of you for being a part of today's discussion, and thank you again to everyone here on the podium with me. It was an outstanding, outstanding session. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное всем.
Thank you so much to all of you. I believe this event, as part of the 35th regional FAO Regional Conference, will become an impetus for the development and the promotion on women farmers in our agricultural systems. On behalf of the government of Tajikistan, I would like to welcome all the participants of the conference once again and wish you best time in Tajikistan. Thank you.
All right.